Hey listeners, tonight we're setting sail for the coldest, most politically awkward waters history has to offer. The world of the medieval princess. Not the Disney kind with singing bluebirds and helpful dwarfs. I mean the real one. The one whose actual purpose was to be a human alliance treaty, wrapped in very expensive but very uncomfortable silk. Tonight we begin with something colder than your ex's heart when you ask to split the cable bill. A 13th century castle in winter. So before you get comfortable, take a second to like the video and subscribe. But only if you actually enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Somehow, it's always 2 a.m. somewhere, which is when the real anxieties kick in. Now, dim those lights. Switch on a fan for that soft white noise. Get comfortable, and maybe tuck your feet in so the imaginary rats don't nibble your toes. Let's pause for a second. Have you ever wondered what the princess life actually felt like? Was it all fancy gowns and court intrigue? Or mostly just fleas and damp wool? Did they ever get to choose their own wallpaper? Or their husband? If a princess woke up with a massive headache, did she still have to do morning prayers? And if she were forced into an arranged marriage with someone truly vile, could she at least return him like a bad Amazon purchase? I mean, was there a medieval return policy? No, there wasn't. Because history is often a scam. Congratulations, you've just woken up in 1300 AD, somewhere in England, in a family that considers you a highly valuable, slightly inconvenient diplomatic package. The clock is ticking on your usefulness. Chapter 1. The Dilemma of Dastardly Deals. Hey guys, welcome back to another whimsical jaunt through time. Tonight, we land in a dimly lit stone castle hall, so opulent yet shadowy that it feels like a crypt for untold secrets. And we're not just talking about the awful secrets of bad fashion choices in the 14th century. Imagine a room cooler than your best friend's just kidding reaction to your latest questionable life decision. Now, before we venture into the frosty realm of feudal politics, let's take a second to prepare. Dim the lights. Yes, perfect. And maybe crank up a fan for that authentic, drafty medieval experience. You'll want to curl up in your blanket fortress, keeping cozy as we dive into the rather absurd world of arranged marriages. Have you ever found yourself pondering if your life choices were as strategic as a 15th century chess game? Like, why is my bank account dwindling faster than peasants at a lord's feast? Ever experienced the weird pressure of family gatherings when everyone's asking about your love life like it's a hot new cooking show? Imagine this. Back in the medieval days, people didn't play matchmaker over cocktails but with political treaties and dowries. If only swiping right on Tinder came with the added joy of negotiating for goats. Congratulations! You've just woken up in 1367, a year so embroiled in feudal intrigue that even Hamlet would have given it a run for its money. The air is heavy with more political tension than a family dinner where one relative is trying to explain why they've decided to join a drumming circle. And right before you are swept into this historical mayhem stands our main character. A young princess who graces the grand hall like a priceless painting, albeit with a slightly worried expression, as if she's just realized her apple pie recipe has been replaced with a governance plan. As you gaze around in awe, the sunlight filters through a narrow stained glass window, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the finely embroidered gown adorning the princess. But alas, her life isn't a fairy tale filled with love and whimsical creatures. It's more of a grueling balancing act between political assets and princely promises. She's less the protagonist of a charming romance, and more like the very valuable pawn in a game where the stakes involve alliances, territories, and maybe her freedom, if she's lucky. Let's talk about her attire for a moment. Can you imagine the sheer number of hours a medieval seamstress spent on embroidery alone? It's like comparing a modern DIY project to the intricate patterns woven into every hem of her gown. You may think you've mastered the art of needlework with that one embroidery class you once took. But darling, back then they were stitching their futures one thread at a time. Still, you can't help but feel a pang of pity. All that detail, and yet there's no escape from this life, wrapped tighter than a burrito in a sewing basket. Our princess represents more than just a pretty face adorned with gold and velvet. She symbolizes the marriage pact that could unite kingdoms or sow discord like a cat in a dog park. The pressure mounting on her shoulders must feel heavier than the weight of all those garments. Every glance from a nobleman they're forced to entertain is like navigating a horde of annoying cousins at a reunion. One wrong move, and you're embroiled in drama that makes reality TV look positively lame. As the chill of the castle permeates through the cold stone walls, even the atmosphere sows the seeds of fear and duty. You can smell the damp, the kind that seeps into your bones, like a bad friendship you're trying to shake off. It's a reminder that for her, escapism is not an option. The clanging of mismatched armor slices through the quiet, punctuating the whispered discussions of alliances that feel more like high-stakes poker games than heartfelt conversations. In a twisted way, this medieval life parallels our own. Just like you question whether that holiday party is worth the social anxiety battle, she grapples with the uncertainty of marrying for love or political expediency. Is it better to endure a brave new world of social media relationships, or be traded for a fort and a few sheep? Tough choices, right? But don't let the drama fool you. Amidst the burdens, there's a rich humor buried within this antiquity. Picture her rolling her eyes as her family discusses potential suitors with the fervor of fans at a football game. Ah yes, Lord Pompous von Burdock, with his magnificent estate and absolute lack of personality, she might think, fantasizing about running off with a jester instead. After all, who wouldn't prefer to share a hearty laugh over a meal filled with lamb and lovely, well, downtime, rather than engaging in the political tango of moody lords and demanding dowagers? So as you sink deeper into slumber, picture our dear princess cheerfully dodging her fate, wearing that elaborate gown, but perhaps opting instead for some funky sneakers, because honestly, comfort over royal dress codes. Remember, even when surrounded by her duties, she still wishes for joy amid the politically charged chaos, reminding us that laughter is the best armor against life's untamed adventures. And thus, dear listener, the stage is set, filled with chilly stone halls, flickering candlelight, and our intrepid princess bravely traversing the absurdities of her world. This is but a whisper of what follows. Thank you for joining me on this curious escapade through the absurd political landscape of medieval matrimony. If you found a few chuckles, don't forget to like, subscribe, and maybe drop a comment about how you might have chosen a goat over a boring prince any day of the week. Or on a Tuesday, who really knows? Now, snuggle deeper into those blankets and let the echoes of brisk medieval life drift across your dreams. Never forget, even amid the most complicated circumstances, a sense of humor, like a vital goat, can keep your spirits high. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be filled with whimsical notions and comedic courtly dilemmas. Chapter 2. The Chilly Awakening of a Medieval Princess. Hey guys, welcome back to our journey through the wacky world of history. Tonight, we find ourselves in a stone chamber so dark and chilly that even your chill-I-can-handle-it attitude is going to require a hefty blanket. This place is colder than your favorite ice cream, standing mysteriously in the back of your fridge. So cold that even the ghosts are complaining about the draft. Imagine this. You've just opened your eyes to the dawn of the 13th century. But forget about your soft, warm bed sheets. You've traded them in for a lumpy straw mattress, a creature comfort that would make even the toughest peasant raise an eyebrow. In this frigid stone realm, your breath is visible, floating lazily in clouds that remind you more of winter mornings than sweet dreams. Now, as you take in your surroundings, let's ponder a few things. Ever wondered what it felt like to wake up each day under constant surveillance, with family discussions revolving around whether you should marry a guy named Lord Grumpy-Face for the sake of land, or to have your daily routine overshadowed by the prospect of being auctioned off like a prized goat at medieval market day? And, admittedly, how different is that from the pressure of family dinners where your relatives keep asking when you're going to post a picture with a significant other? Congratulations! You've just woken up in 1367, and it's a year bursting with romance and political strategy. Picture our princess, the epitome of beauty, but instead of wearing fairy wings, she's stuck wearing an elaborate gown that's more elaborate than a dog's backstory in a TikTok video. Her room feels like a refrigerator, the stone walls perpetually dank, the floor cold enough to be mistaken for an early Christmas miracle. As you blink away the cobwebs of sleep, a naked shaft of dawn light struggles valiantly through a tiny slit of a window. You can practically hear the stone wall groaning under the morning sun, like a cranky walrus with a hangover. The air, damp and chill, wraps around you like an unwanted hug from that one relative who always wants to reminisce about the good old days. Now, visualize our princess attempting to stretch her limbs in her constrictive attire, a mobile butter sculpture, if you will. She can choose between two paradoxical states: stay contained like a burrito, or risk pricking herself on all the decorative embellishments. Tough choice. Let's take a moment to imagine her morning ritual. Upon shaky legs, she ventures just beyond her mattress of doom, but the icy floor makes it feel like she's stepping onto freshly harvested ice cubes. One wrong move, and it's a full medieval slip and slide. Surely, this is reminiscent of your own morning dance when you accidentally step onto a cold tile in winter. Good luck finding the enthusiasm to seize the day while trying not to resemble a startled penguin. And speaking of creatures, the murmur of mice flitting about gives her unwelcome company. Who needs alarm clocks when you have the sounds of small rodents engaging in what appears to be a lively conversation? Between their tiny squeaks and your overactive imagination, it's like waking up in a furry horror movie. Add to that the fact that her last meal was probably something resembling a medieval mystery stew, served lukewarm, presumably to inspire twinges of nostalgia for better dining experiences. Oh, and don't forget the ambient aromas. The mixture of dampness and last night's dinner wafting through the air is a delightful interplay, akin to a fusion restaurant gone terribly wrong. It's like a mix of wet dog, moldy bread, and an outdated perfume advertisement. Truly the scent of royalty. As you wander around, our princess's ladies-in-waiting will undoubtedly be scurrying to and fro, adjusting every feature of her gown with the precision of a NASA launch team. They adjust laces and elaborate hemlines with the kind of focus typically reserved for assembling IKEA furniture. Ever tried putting together a nightstand and nearly lost a finger? Imagine this chaos multiplied by 10. But instead of particle board, we're talking brocade and velvet, each stitch a desperate plea for her to fulfill her destined role. But just think about it. Marrying for prestige and titles instead of love. Can you imagine if your dislikes were merely fine-tuned preferences for horse temperament and the ability to produce heirs? What joy! Perhaps the finest Prince Top-Notch could sweep her off her feet. Or, try his best while holding an expensive goblet. Picking a dude while dodging matchmaking from your family is like attempting to choose a streaming service. You weigh the pros and cons, only to end up with an overpriced option that leaves you wondering what you've just done. Yet, amidst this chaotic grand scheme, there's light. Picture our princess casually rolling her eyes at the relics of noble society, daydreaming about escaping with a roguish jester, or sneaking away to start a knitting club in a decidedly unglamorous corner of the castle. Because let's face it, who wouldn't prefer the laughter of a court jester over discussing political alliances with Lord Stuffy-Bottom? So, as you drift deeper into sleep, know this. Our brave princess isn't just navigating a world of grand delusions. She's also finding humor in the absurdities of life. If you squint just right, you can almost see her smiling at the notion that power doesn't have to come at the cost of laughter. That curled mantle of expectation doesn't define who she is. And take solace, dear listener, in the picture of her dashing through the castle in a pair of fuzzy slippers, daring to defy royal decorum, reminding us that sometimes laughter is the best weapon against the cold and unmoving tides of history. Thank you for joining me on this frosty escapade through the absurdities of medieval princess life. If a chuckle or two found their way to you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment about whether you'd prefer a royal marriage contract or an escape plan with a dragon on the side. Now, snuggle down into those layers of blankets and allow the silliness of history to lull you into restful dreams. Remember, even among political intrigues and chilly castles, the warm glow of humor is a flame that will never go out. Sweet dreams, and may the past's eccentric tales wrap you comfortably like a failing robe. Chapter 3. A Night of Uninvited Guests. Hey guys, welcome back to our ridiculous romp through history. Tonight, we delve into a realm that's definitely not going to win any Best Sleeping Arrangements awards. Picture this. You've traded in your fluffy, comforting mattress for something that feels like a medieval torture device. Yes, really. We're talking about a straw mattress so coarse it would make a grumpy hedgehog wince. If you thought your roommate's choice of bedding was questionable, just you wait. So, before we dive into the delightful world of pestilence and poorly constructed furniture, go ahead and settle in. Dim the lights, put on a fan if you like. I'll help with the not sweating while you sleep part. And maybe, just maybe, grab a snack. Because who doesn't enjoy medieval warfare-themed snacks? But only if you actually enjoy this. You know, no pressure. Have you ever wondered how someone could wake up surrounded by tiny, furry squatters? Or why one would consider fleas not just a nuisance, but the medieval equivalent of housemates? Picture yourself at a family gathering, dodging awkward questions while trying not to think about how your last meal was basically a medieval mystery stew, maybe garnished with a hint of existential crisis. It's like playing hide and seek with mice. Now imagine donning a beautiful gown while being simultaneously assaulted by bed bugs. Congratulations. You've just woken up in 1367, where no one gets a good night's sleep, least of all our heroic princess. Let's get into it. As you roll over on that prickly straw mattress, get ready for the delightful symphony of tiny squeaks, skitters, and what might as well be a mice chatter conference right beneath you. It's like having your own built-in alarm clock, but less annoying than your neighbor's cat, and definitely more scandalous. Because in the world of medieval royalty, you can't even escape the bedbugs, your unwelcome bedfellow who, frankly, is more persistent than an in-law at Thanksgiving. And it gets better. The rough linen sheets shudder with every movement, as if they're keeping time with Mother Nature's little uninvited guests. If you thought waking up with a few crumbs from last night's snack was bad, imagine rolling over to find an elaborate critter rave happening right under your very nose. These charming housemates have two settings, surprisingly agile, and yikes, that's too close for comfort. Any moment mishap could lead to a major infestation of, dare we say it, flea-infested royalty. Now, let's talk about the delightful aroma wafting from your well-loved bedding. There's a certain musk, dare we call it Ode to the Middle Ages? It's a blend of damp straw that's seen its fair share of unfortunate spills, combined with a hint of old bread crust, just curated for your sleeping pleasure. Ladies in waiting? More like ladies in some serious denial, maintaining the appearance of royalty, while praying only their gowns see as much wear and tear as those sheets. Perhaps you're thinking, oh, it can't be that bad. I've heard of the good old days, and how they warmed their hearts by the fire. What they forgot to mention, dear dreamer, is that when you finally manage to get out of bed, your feet are met not with plush carpet, but a floor that feels like you just stepped onto a glacier. Fancy a scavenger hunt for your slippers in the dark. One cozy step, and you're either stubbing your toes or, dare I say it, engaging in a full medieval obstacle course right there in your chamber. But why stop there? As you start to peer through the dawn's fading darkness, Prepare yourself for a startling revelation. That naked shaft of light struggling to breach the cold stone walls. Your sole companion in this dimly lit existence. It's like a spotlight, beckoning you into the cold, awkward reality of being a medieval princess in a world that likely offers you more power than comfort. Accompanying your leap into royal life is the pleasurable chaos of your ladies-in-waiting bustling around, adjusting every hemline as if they're preparing for the next great royal event. Just a friendly reminder, their level of excitement rivals that of penguins at a fish market. Watching them handle frantic dress adjustments is akin to a scene straight out of a sitcom rehearsal, where you know someone is bound to trip over a petticoat. Picture this. One of your ladies is stumbling as she makes yet another adjustment, similar to those indecisive people at the grocery store's self-checkout line, hovering over the unexpected item in the bagging area. And all you can do is wonder how you'd like to be swept off your feet by someone who presents you with a crown instead of a bouquet of roses. And while we're on the subject of princes and courtships, imagine the absurdity of arranging a marriage solely based on alliances and land, like scouring Tinder profiles for someone whose hobbies include farming and owning castles. Romantic, right? But fret not. Our princess thinks about the soft comforts of rebellion, wild dreams of setting sail with a rogue jester lingering in the corners of her mind. Because wouldn't you rather be dodging matrimonial hell with laughter instead of being gifted a charming assortment of peasants? It's like swapping a comfy couch for a thistle bush. Definitely not what you signed up for. So, as we take a deep breath, let these whims of the past cradle you into slumber. Close your eyes and dwell upon the absurdities of life long gone, where no one, not even royalty, could escape the rolling storm of housemates, hunting for warmth against the cold grip of a drafty castle. Tonight, just like our unwitting princess, may you float into a world of dreams, where laughter overcomes the chill of history. Because, dear listener, you'll need it looking back on all those historical
shortcomings. Outro. Thank you for joining this tangled journey through the bonkers world of medieval discomfort. If you chuckled even slightly at the comical inconveniences of royal concerning guests and their pesky antics, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment if you think you'd rather share your sheets with bedbugs or a court jester with a flair for the ridiculous. So, nestle into those blankets as the quirky whispers of history guide you into rest. Whether it's mice or man, remember that life's absurdities always offer a laugh. Sweet dreams, with the warmth of humor surrounding you like the finest medieval cloak, even if you're stuck in the middle of a flea market.
Chapter 4. The Princess's Pristine Prison. Hey guys, welcome back to another delightful, Pillow Fort approved dive into the clumsy quirkiness of history. Tonight, we venture into a realm tougher than your favorite dad joke, the charmingly soggy life of a medieval princess. Spoiler alert, it's not all tiaras and dance parties. Imagine waking up to a bedchamber as fresh as yesterday's fish market, where the stone walls are more damp than regal. In fact, they could use a good scrub with whatever passes for soap in the 14th century, which is basically just mystery, and despair. Now, before we get lost in the lovely aroma of mildew and misplaced dreams, make sure to dim the lights, put on a fan for dramatic effect, and get comfortable. Maybe even grab a snack, but keep it medieval-themed, because who doesn't love munching on a bit of pickled herring whilst questioning life's choices? But only if you actually enjoy this. No pressure. Have you ever wondered what kind of medieval beauty products are an absolute nightmare? Or maybe how many things you can ignore when your neighbors are actually the kings of body odor? Or how one might raise a ruckus in a wedding that's just a glorified contract signing? Picture you've just rolled into a world where love is sweet, but really just a passive-aggressive negotiation. Congratulations! You've just woken up in the year 1365, where castle life has you more confined than an overstuffed sausage. As you stretch from your straw-stuffed mattress, it's clear this isn't the three-star resort you envisioned. Instead, your damp stone walls ooze memories of laundry days gone wrong. In fact, the closest thing to a picturesque view from your chamber is the sight of a simple, covered chamber pot lurking darkly in the corner. Yes, that's right. The only potty humor endorsed in these walls is brought to you by the lack of modern plumbing. The smell in this chamber could put even the most seasoned skunk to shame. Let's talk about the atmosphere. Imagine being in a sauna with all the charm of a moldy sponge. The air feels as thick as a bowl of oatmeal left out in July, while the sound of water dripping echoes like a terrible percussion performance of, "Oops, I did it again." And what's that faint scent? Oh yeah, it's eau de soggy stone, with top notes of mildew and unfortunate pasty leftovers. Every inhale is a reminder that cleanliness was more of a suggestion than an actual practice back then. Now you may be asking, how do you escape the smelly, squishy reality of your chamber and venture into the grand hall? Well, you begin your day navigating an obstacle course of floor stones that are often more slippery than ice. Watch your step. Medieval floors may seem solid, but they're often cloaked in the thin film of mystery slime. Think of it as natural castle flooring flavor, an early version of floors are lava. Have you ever tried to walk on an unswept floor while wearing several layers of constricting clothing? It's like trying to do yoga while wrapped in a burrito, busy and thoroughly unglamorous. Just as you think you might escape, you bump into Lady Agnes, the maid who somehow carries a permanent air of chaos. She's so wrapped up in adjusting your gowns that you wonder if a swarm of angry bees is buzzing around her. Watching her scurry like a squirrel trying to decide which acorn to take home can be quite amusing, but it's also a reminder that her constant adjustments may well toy with your dignity, a spirited reminder that royal life might come without personal space. Now, as you finally graze through the heavy wooden doors into the hall, you're greeted with a cacophony that can only be described as medieval loud. Ornate tapestries hang around you, whispering tales of knightly valor and questionable fashion choices. Your family is there, and, surprise, everyone is flaunting the latest trends. Think about it. A newly revamped gown may look majestic from afar, but up close, it's probably just a dumpster dive into the nearest pound of wet wool. Because that's the true royalty factor, layering misery with elegance. While we're on the subject of royal courtship, let's address the elephant in the room. The castle. Marriage. This isn't just a fairy tale, friends. This is a high-stakes auction where the groom gets to bid on political alliances, land, and, did I mention, lacking any pony with an actual sense of charm. Picture swiping left on the guy who is just a little too obsessed with his family's estate and can't stop comparing crop yields.
Ah, but you, dear princess, do have dreams, maybe of eloping with that dashing jester, or running away to a life of comfortable obscurity, away from proposing unions that feel more like a business transaction than a celebration of love. Imagine yourself dreaming of a life where you could choose your throne, and which set of drapes would best match your personality. Or maybe you'd settle for just a little bit of space to breathe, without the scent of mildew inundating your senses. So, deep breath, lovely listener, as absurdity meets history within damp comical walls tonight. Hold on to your royal dreams as you sway in the winds of fate, because in this twisted steampunk of dreams, even a medieval princess can plot a cozy escape into her very own fairy tale ending, filled with laughter, unexpected discoveries, and a scenery to rival even a castle's questionable interior design. Thank you for fluttering through this mildly interesting trip into a damp and quirky slice of medieval life. If you chuckled at the absurdity of our oversaturated air-filled venues and the whimsical dance of royal matchmaking, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop a comment about what you'd trade in your bathroom breaks for. Fancy royal lavatories or an unyielding chamber pot? As you snuggle into your blankets, may the delightful
whispers of history lull you to sleep. Whether it's the charming absurdities of castle life or the reality of a wedding with strategic advantages, rest beautifully, dear dreamer, because life is an adventure sprinkled with humor, even amidst the damp stones of history. Chapter 5. The Hearth of Humble Observations.
Hey guys, welcome back to another soothing dive into the murky waters of history that's stickier than a spilled honeypot. Tonight, we take a delightful peek into that not-so-glamorous world of medieval life, where your morning coffee ritual involved removing a layer of dust thicker than your neighbor's gossip. Imagine rolling out of bed, only to be greeted by the enthusiastic scent of burning firewood, mixed with, oh yes, yesterday's cabbage soup still lingering in the air like an unwanted ex. Now, dim the lights, adjust your pillows, and make sure to grab something snackable. But I urge you, keep it medieval. Think hearty bread, maybe a bit of cheese, and if you're feeling cheeky, top it with a little fishy surprise. Just kidding, or maybe not. Relish the strangeness, but only if you actually find it amusing. Have you ever pondered the privacy level of a medieval princess? Ever think it might feel like trying to have a private conversation in a crowded pub, where everyone is listening and criticizing your choice of words? Or perhaps you've wondered what the regulation on daily bathing truly was, during a time when personal space was about a foot away, and everyone had a catastrophic relationship with soap. Picture somebody coiling into a ball in bed, snoring just enough to simulate a heavy-duty sawmill, while you contemplate your social contract with body odor. Ah, congratulations. You've just woken up in the year 1365, right smack in the heart of medieval squabbles and royal nonsense. You might just be a princess, and, in this charming chamber, the definition of privacy is as vague as your cousin's ongoing quest for love, blurry and infuriating. So let's step into the picture. Your still dreamy self finds its eyes fluttering open as the weak morning light creeps through cold stone walls. Underneath the beams overhead, twitching and coughing, is the soot-laden chimney. It's been working all night, chugging stubbornly and puffing like a dragon trying to wake up on the wrong side of the bed. Sashaying about, fully adorned in your royal finery, is Alice, your equally beleaguered lady-in-waiting, clad in a dress that is more underwhelming than the expression of the court jester on a mediocre night. She's stoking the flames of the hearth as if it's the last will of a stubborn dragon. The moment you fully come to your senses, you realize Alice is right down at the foot of your bed like a kindly, overworked footstool. Not that you dare rest your royal feet on her. She's trying to keep the flames lively, prodding them, as if attempting to resurrect a long-forgotten campfire. The soft crackling fills the room, conjuring an aroma of scorched wood, mingling freshly with your dreams of adventure and vague romantic escapades. You peer down, and what do you see? Ah, yes, Alice, hair tousled yet resolutely determined, reinforcing your firewood like it's an Olympic sport. As respectful as you can be while enveloped by the aroma of yesterday's tail end, you wonder, does she yearn for the freedom of a life outside these walls? It's not a stretch to visualize her out gallivanting in the meadows, munching on a pie made from berries picked right off the bush. Life goals, truly. But alas, the burden of the crown weighs heavier than your charmingly large breakfast. You are, in fact, trapped like an overstuffed turkey, surrounded by your dapper suitors who seem less interested in love and much more in the redistribution of land. Speaking of little mundanities, how does one run from an inquisitive audience of courtiers when your only option includes something like a bylaws meeting regarding local grain storage? And poor Alice, she's seen it all. Is there wisdom there? Perhaps she knows how many times a prince can complain about the level of his butter, while still insisting on your presence like a steadfast guardian, minus the actual knightly valor, of course. Every snore, every rustle, each shuffle of fabric is scrutinized more rigorously than a herald's announcement in the great hall. Picture this. As you finally muster the effort to slip out from underneath your surprisingly heavy quilt, you prepare to face brews of morning gossip and a contingent that's mildly curious about your last bath. 4 days ago? 5. Alice will nod in helping silence while still managing to sweep her gaze toward those rather judgmental eyes sneaking glances your way. It's a real race to the bathroom when you can barely sneak a moment for yourself without someone planning your next matching set of varus. Yet, here you thought your life had its challenges. It's not just you. Everyone seems to be cloaked in layers of obligations, all manicured and poised. With a heavy sigh, you push aside your daydreams for liberation and raise your chin, steady and resolved. Oh, sure, there's nothing cozy about sharing a chamber with the perpetual heartthrob of political transactions masquerading as true love. So, breathe deep, lovely listener. Amidst laughter and softness, here's to our outrageous, historic overview of life, where body odor is just part of the charm. Not quite the medieval tinder you envisioned, is it? The fires in the hearth may flicker, but you can find warmth beneath the burdensome layers of history. That is, if you can ignore the footstool's unwavering gaze
with its own desires to scurry into freedom. Thank you for wandering through this quirky slice of medieval life, where hearths were stoked with perseverance and love felt suspiciously like a trade agreement. If you enjoy the delightfully absurd twists and turns of history like our very capable footstool, excellent maid, be sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment on your most outrageous medieval fantasy if you liked this sort of nonsense. Now, as you nestle down into your cozy spot, may the whimsical echoes of laughter and history lull you to dreamland. Whether you're contemplating the noble traditions of marriage or merely giggling at the absurd travails of our dear princess, may your night be infused with soft humor and sweet dreams. Sleep tight, noble dreamer, and remember, even the most complicated political transactions often begin with a simple spark from a burning hearth. Chapter 6. The Cold Hard Facts of Marriage. Hey guys, welcome back to another cozy romp through the tangled mess of history, where political maneuvering felt as romantic as a long, awkward pause during an eye exam. Tonight, we'll dive head first into the chillier aspects of medieval matrimony. Yes, that's right. Your marriage was less a love story and more a friendly handshake over a pile of land deeds. Picture this, if you will. A marriage proposal not in a chapel adorned with flowers, but rather in a cold stone room lit only by flickering candles that looked like they were auditioning for a horror film. How romantic. Ever dreamt of hearing your beloved's sweet words while your breath forms little icy clouds as you freeze in place? Talk about an atmosphere. Now, before we plunge deeper into this grave situation, where the only thing warmer than the long service is your heart's yearning for freedom, let's dim those lovely lights, find a cozy nook, and grab a snack that pairs well with awkward family gatherings. Could that be a hunk of stale bread, or perhaps an apple you found hiding in the back of the pantry? Wonderful choice. Have you ever wondered how many clauses you can pack into a marriage agreement, or why your potential mother-in-law seems to have more horses in the stable than feelings in her heart? What does it feel like to be paraded around like a prize cow at the local fair, but, for the sake of noble lineage? And if love were a currency, would negotiators make a trip to the barter market? Imagine trying to haggle love over a cup of tea. I'll give you a pig and a chicken for a week of your affection. What a deal. Now, take a deep breath and let go of those peculiar modern notions of love. Because it's 1365, my friend. You've just woken up in the heart of medieval matrimony, where any hope of a romantic rendezvous is stuffed beneath a heavy mattress of political alliances. On a cold stone chapel floor, you stand alongside a solemn priest. The air is crisp, biting at your cheeks, while the candles flicker like 1,000 nervous fireflies in the dim chapel. Your breath mingles with the crispy chill, creating little clouds of moisture that dance upward, drifting towards the far-reaching ceiling like tensions in a royal council meeting. Around you, a group of noblemen and women stand in a rather uncomfortable formation. Their attire is so ornate that one might think they were preparing for a gala, rather than a wager of love. These regal ensembles glint under the flickering candlelight, and yet emanate enough stiffness to rival a scarecrow stuck in a windstorm. Is that a whiff of desperation you smell, mixed rather awkwardly with the faint scent of candle wax? What joyous occasions these weddings must have been. She'll bring you a castle, someone whispers exuberantly, elbowing his fellow lord. And what's a few cows between friends? Ah, yes, nothing says happily ever after like mooing livestock, and a homestead that is absolutely none of your business. Your future spouse might just become a lovely addition to your lands, as long as their honor is worth a few fields of crops, of course. Imagine the anticipation in the chapel as you stand there, squirming like an uncooperative goat. Your thoughts drift to the priest. His robe seems so heavy, probably stuffed with scrolls and last week's tax forms. What is he going to say? Do you take this lady only if the cows produce a bountiful harvest? You can't help but stifle a laugh, your grin utterly inappropriate for such a somber affair. The priest suddenly cuts through your thoughts like a sword unsheathed, serious and, dare I say, slightly dramatic. For the joining of two noble houses in sacred bond, you shall promise to cultivate your lands and, of course, your heirs. Ah yes, heirs, manufactured in a glorious assembly line of royalty. May your union flourish like weeds in a field. He then pauses, looking expectantly around the room. You nod in agreement, with what could only be described as resigned acceptance. Like a buffet of uncooked vegetables, you know you should be excited, but deep down, you know it won't be the feast you'd hoped for. Cabbage soup is on the menu again. The service drags on like a bard stretching a tale well past its witty punchline. Time feels irrelevant. The icy chapel, the flickering candles, the noble structure of it all leaves you wishing for a good old-fashioned pint at the local tavern instead. Will you pledge your land and resources in the name of mutual growth? The priest drones, and you catch sight of some young couples in the back of the chapel stifling giggles. Oh yes, love truly is a political transaction, isn't it? And don't forget to look grateful when you inherit our flocks. While you contemplate your fate, it hits you. In this situation, when the warmth spreads through you, it's probably just the dragon-sized fear of how badly you'll have to dance at the reception. The only dance left to be played after a long day of talking business and cattle. The noble women's laughter resonates in unexpected bursts. Classic medieval humor. Just 2 minutes ago you thought you'd frozen your toes off. So there you are, dear listener, wrapped up in a bespoke scarf of historical absurdity. Surely at this moment, somewhere deep in time, you can feel the tension of it all. New lands, potential heirs, and possibly the lingering aroma of cabbage. It's medieval romance at its finest. Thank you for indulging in this frosty old affair, where love felt more like a real estate auction than a heartwarming partnership. If you found merriment a suitable pillow to rest your head upon, then like, subscribe, and comment on your very own medieval marital agreements. Whether it's a dream of a cow or a castle, I'm here for it all, truly. As night falls on our audacious exploration of historical jests, may your slumber be as peaceful as a well-fortified castle, far away from the prying eyes of matchmakers. Dream sweetly, my noble listener, and remember, love may be a battlefield, but sometimes It's just politics in a fancy dress. Sleep tight, and may your cows be healthy. Chapter 7. The Layers of Status and Other Chilly Realities. Hey guys, welcome back to another cozy plunge into the not-so-cozy world of medieval life, where even the fashion was colder than the reception you received from your last Tinder date. Tonight, we're stepping into the depths of medieval attire, a time when looking fabulous often meant feeling like a human marshmallow stuffed into a woolen sausage casing. Imagine, if you will, a lovely princess standing patiently and shivering, perhaps, as her ladies-in-waiting wrestle her into one of the most complex garments known to history, the kirtle and surcoat. This ensemble, made of heavy wool and linen, is designed not for comfort or warmth, oh no. It was made purely for status display. And guess what? Today it feels like your own skin is being smothered by an unyielding hug from a bear. Only this bear has a penchant for drag racing and ties. Let's be real. You could probably knock out half your subjects with just one solid whiff of your woolly, cloistered hindquarters. Now, you might be wondering, what's it like to wear clothing that feels more like a battle gear than a fashion statement? Have you ever stood in a walk-in freezer while attempting to assemble a 15-layer cake? Or perhaps tripped while skiing on half-frozen mud? Yes, dear listener, welcome to the life of our dear medieval princess, where her thin, bare feet rest awkwardly on icy stone floors, and the air feels like it's been pumped from the depths of the North Pole itself. As our princess is being laced into her clothes, the sheer weight of the fabric gradually becomes apparent. Just consider how many layers she's forced to wear. It's like clambering into a clumsy, multi-tiered wedding cake where the main ingredient is regret. Ever tried putting on a parka while standing in a tub of ice? No? Well, she has. And does she look fabulous? Absolutely. If your concept of fabulous involves slipping and sliding around in heavy skeins of wool as you await the inevitable toe frostbite. Let's take a moment to marvel at the process. Those ladies-in-waiting are like Olympic athletes training for the gold medal in lacing people up. One false move could mean the fabric twists, she loses a button, or, heaven forbid, a valuable heirloom is ruined because she tripped over it. Can you imagine? It's the medieval equivalent of a wardrobe malfunction at a royal gala, but with the stakes raised tenfold. Trust me, an icy stare from the Queen could last longer than winter itself. Now, if only this princess had a little background music to distract from the icy sensations beneath her exquisitely worked gowns. Instead, she overhears her ladies gossiping about how cozy a pair of socks could be. Yes, socks. The real MVP of any medieval ball, hands down. Talk about an underappreciated wardrobe essential. Why wear exquisite silks when you can have little sheep blankets cradling your feet under those layers of status? Oh yes, bemoans one lady-in-waiting as she tugs on another strap. I swear I saw Lady Eleonora wearing socks under her silk slippers. Blasphemy. Truly. You can almost hear the gasp that radiates through the air. What will the court think? Comfort. Preposterous. But alas, these tight fittings have their consequences. As the lacing continues like a tune played on a broken lute, the princess reflects on her narrow fate. Every tug tells her of alliances yet to be forged, and alliances yet to be broken. Comfort?
A distant whisper in the corridor, drowning beneath the weight of royal expectation and harsh political realities. Then there's the toes situation. Those bare little chompers would face the cruel scrutiny of the castle's icy stone floors, contemplating their existence as if to say, if only we were not doomed to suffer this fate. It's one thing to look fabulous. It's another entirely to have half your body parts whispering sweet nothings of frostbite in your ear. Is it just me, or is trying to adjust all these garments a lot like navigating a modern-day traffic jam? Imagine you're stuck on a highway, trying to reach that fabulous dinner party, with every inch of your being thwarting you from arriving. Instead of cars honking, it's your frazzled ladies-in-waiting getting tangled up like spaghetti on a fork, and all you can think about is that piece of stale bread awaiting you at the end of your arduous endeavor. Talk about an uphill battle. But wait. Dare I say the heavy weight of these garments serves a double purpose? Spin it this way. The more layers you wear, the less likely you are to catch a chill, or to even get lost in those fanciful thoughts of what could have been, or will be, depending on who your parents are. Just imagine chatting with your family about how an arranged marriage will surely pave the way for prosperity and peace, while simultaneously wishing you could just slip into some sweatpants and enjoy a binge watch of whatever the medieval equivalent of Netflix is. But alas, fantasy versus reality, my friends. In the end, if you couldn't dance to the medieval music being played, it might as well have been a minuet of disappointment, reverberating through the chambers of the castle. And so, with your dress finally secure and loyalty intact, it's time to step into the frigid world outside, leaving behind the unyielding warmth of layered status. Just remember, when dressed to the nines, never forget, the more grandeur you wear, the colder your toes will feel. So there we have it, dear listener. A glimpse into the frosty world where status and comfort had a bipolar relationship. Remember, life may be a layered affair, but sometimes those layers are more of an icy trap than a cozy escape. If you enjoyed this lovely tapestry of humor and history, consider liking, subscribing, and commenting, although only if you genuinely liked it. Your support really warms my heart, like woolen socks on a bitter cold day. As you drift into sweet slumber, remember this: in the grand tapestry of life, comfort is often sacrificed for royal pretensions. Good night, my noble listener, and may your dreams be warmer than a castle's hearth. Chapter 8. The Wimple and Other Accessories of Restraint. Hey guys, welcome back to another delightful plunge into the deep end of history's most absurd moments. Tonight we're going to cover something stickier than a medieval scone left out in the rain. The delightful world of medieval marriage and the particular accessories that come with being a princess. Specifically, the intimate and utterly constricting wimple. Now, imagine this scene, if you will. You're a princess, a paragon of virtue and future heir to your father's kingdom. And here comes your lady-in-waiting, armed with a linen veil that's tighter than the last pair of skinny jeans you wore after the holidays. As she approaches, there's a sense of impending doom that can only be described as a mix of thrilling anticipation and the fear of being suffocated by fabric. It's like being wrapped up in a burrito, only this burrito comes with royal obligations and political pressures.
Can you hear the rustle of linen as it hovers inches from your face? Like a cat that has climbed too high, it's all fun and games until the descent begins. The wimple, dear listener, is an art form. It hugs your head in a way that's supposed to evoke modesty, but let's be real. At this point, it also feels like a pillowcase trying to do cardio. As your lady-in-waiting carefully tucks your hair beneath the veil, you might wonder, why the shimmering simplicity of this garment? Isn't there an option for something a little breezier? Perhaps a flowing scarf that screams fabulous instead of serious royal business? Well, in the high Middle Ages, modesty was akin to currency. A well-draped wimple signified that you understood the nuances of societal expectations. It was literally the veil between your personal aspirations and the burden of very public life. Now, you probably also have a bit of a dilemma brewing beneath all that linen. Wouldn't it be nice to just fling the wimple off and have a delightful little dance party right there in the castle? But, the chill of political reality nips at your ankles more ferociously than a pack of wild mice after crumbs in the Great Hall. Picture this. While you're swaddled beneath layers of linens like a medieval burrito, your family is already planning your marriage like they're casting roles in a great theatrical production. And you, my dear, will play the Princess Bride. Spoiler alert, your co-star will be someone with formidable land holdings and a questionable haircut. Speaking of weird hairstyles, you ever notice that most medieval dudes look like they just emerged from a time machine? Wimples don't have the monopoly on awkwardness. Their hairstyles seem to scream, "I was trying to impress someone, but then I got into a wrestling match with a hedge." Back to our princess, now staring into the mirror, looking like she just stepped out of a bad romance novel. Can you imagine? Oh, darling, love is in the air, they all proclaim. Meanwhile, you can only think, yeah, right. It's more like suffocation is in the air. It's no wonder that those loyal ladies-in-waiting often took the liberty of cracking a few knots in the fabric of expectations with their quiet giggles. You almost want to join in, brush the hair from your wimpled visage, and protest, "This is not what I had in mind when I dreamt of royalty." As you're forced to settle into the idea of future alliances, political transactions, and ice-cold treatment from the royal breakfast table, you can practically hear the echoes of your own sighs reverberating through the halls of history. I can't wait to become a pawn in someone else's game. How charming, right? Now let's take a moment to ponder this. Faced with the impending doom of constant self-restraint, is there not a hint of irony here? You're looking classy, feeling all sophisticated, but the truth is, your gown is so tight that a sudden sneeze could deploy you like a party popper. Imagine the nobles gasping in horror as you pop out of your corset mid-ceremony, a sudden spectacle of fabric fireworks. Just another day in the life of our young royal, in a world that places so much value on appearances while ignoring basic human comfort. As our dear princess steps outside, the veil fluttering in the wind, she may feel a fleeting moment of rebellion. With every gust of air that waltzes around her, she imagines a world where the noble woman doesn't have to announce her intentions with a swish of her sleeves. Instead, she just wants to kick off the heavy shoes and dance barefoot in the meadow. But alas, such dreams are often snuffed out faster than a candle in a windstorm. And as our princess prepares to take another step toward her synthesized future,
one filled with marriage negotiations and societal expectations. Perhaps there's a lesson to learn here. Even as her wimple frames her face, it cannot fully conceal the sparkle in her eye. After all, who knows? Maybe one day she'll toss it aside, trade her royal obligations for lace and laughter, and join a traveling minstrel troupe, singing songs of upheaval and dreams. Now wouldn't that be a tale worth telling? And so we find ourselves bidding farewell to our wimpled princess, swaying steadfastly between the chains of tradition and the exuberance of dreams. Whether her next adventure is laced with woe or mirth remains to be seen. But remember, dear listener, in the grand pageant of life, you must find time to unravel your own wimple every once in a while, just to breathe. And there you have it, dear listener, a peek behind the curtain of medieval matrimony and the lovely constrictions of a good wimple. If you enjoyed this whimsical journey through time and the trappings of royalty, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment, though only if you genuinely found it delightful. As you drift into dreamland, relish the thought of breaking free from your own threads of responsibility. May they be as light as a feather and twice as fun. Remember, whether you're a princess or just someone working 9 to 5, there's always room for a bit of rebellion, even beneath layers and layers of obligation. Good night, and may your dreams be free-flowing and abundant with possibilities. The wimple and other accessories of restraint. Hey guys, welcome back to another delightful plunge into the deep end of history's most absurd moments. Tonight, we're going to cover something stickier than a medieval scone left out in the rain. The delightful world of medieval marriage and the particular accessories that come with being a princess. Specifically, the intimate and utterly constricting wimple. Now, imagine this scene, if you will. You're a princess, a paragon of virtue and future heir to your father's kingdom, and here comes your lady-in-waiting, armed with a linen veil that's tighter than the last pair of skinny jeans you wore after the holidays. As she approaches, there's a sense of impending doom that can only be described as a mix of thrilling anticipation and the fear of being suffocated by fabric. It's like being wrapped up in a burrito, only this burrito comes with royal obligations and political pressures. Can you hear the rustle of linen as it hovers inches from your face? Like a cat that has climbed too high, it's all fun and games until the descent begins. The wimple, dear listener, is an art form. It hugs your head in a way that's supposed to evoke modesty. But let's be real, at this point, it also feels like a pillowcase trying to do cardio. As your lady-in-waiting carefully tucks your hair beneath the veil, you might wonder, why the shimmering simplicity of this garment? Isn't there an option for something a little breezier? Perhaps a flowing scarf that screams fabulous instead of serious royal business. Well, in the high Middle Ages, modesty was akin to currency. A well-draped wimple signified that you understood the nuances of societal expectations. It was literally the veil between your personal aspirations and the burden of very public life. Now, you probably also have a bit of a dilemma brewing beneath all that linen. Wouldn't it be nice to just fling the wimple off and have a delightful little dance party right there in the castle? But the chill of political reality nips at your ankles more ferociously than a pack of wild mice after crumbs in the Great Hall. Picture this. While you're swaddled beneath layers of linens like a medieval burrito, your family is already planning your marriage like they're casting roles in a great theatrical production. And you, my dear, will play the Princess Bride. Spoiler alert, your co-star will be someone with formidable land holdings and a questionable haircut. Speaking of weird hairstyles, you ever notice that most medieval dudes look like they just emerged from
A time machine, Wimples don't have the monopoly on awkwardness. Their hairstyles seem to scream, "I was trying to impress someone, but then I got into a wrestling match with a hedge." Back to our princess, now staring into the mirror, looking like she just stepped out of a bad romance novel. Can you imagine? "Oh, darling, love is in the air," they all proclaim. Meanwhile, you can only think, yeah, right, it's more like suffocation is in the air. It's no wonder that those loyal ladies in waiting often took the liberty of cracking a few knots in the fabric of expectations with their quiet giggles. You almost want to join in, brush the hair from your wimpled visage, and protest, "This is not what I had in mind when I dreamt of royalty." As you're forced to settle into the idea of future alliances, political transactions, and ice-cold treatment from the royal breakfast table, you can practically hear the echoes of your own sighs reverberating through the halls of history. I can't wait to become a pawn in someone else's game. How charming, right? Now, let's take a moment to ponder this. Faced with the impending doom of constant self-restraint, is there not a hint of irony here? You're looking classy, feeling all sophisticated, but the truth is, your gown is so tight that a sudden sneeze could deploy you like a party popper. Imagine the nobles gasping in horror as you pop out of your corset mid-ceremony, a sudden spectacle of fabric fireworks. Just another day in the life of our young royal, in a world that places so much value on appearances while ignoring basic human comfort. As our dear princess steps outside, the veil fluttering in the wind, she may feel a fleeting moment of rebellion. With every gust of air that waltzes around her, she imagines a world where the noblewoman doesn't have to announce her intentions with a swish of her sleeves. Instead, she just wants to kick off the heavy shoes and dance barefoot in the meadow. But alas, such dreams are often snuffed out faster than a candle in a windstorm. And as our princess prepares to take another step toward her synthesized future, one filled with marriage negotiations and societal expectations, perhaps there's a lesson to learn here. Even as her wimple frames her face, it cannot fully conceal the sparkle in her eye. After all, who knows? Maybe one day she'll toss it aside, trade her royal obligations for lace and laughter, and join a traveling minstrel troupe, singing songs of upheaval and dreams. Now wouldn't that be a tale worth telling? And so we find ourselves bidding farewell to our wimpled princess, swaying steadfastly between the chains of tradition and the exuberance of dreams. Whether her next adventure is laced with woe or mirth remains to be seen. But remember, dear listener, in the grand pageant of life, you must find time to unravel your own wimple every once in a while, just to breathe. And there you have it, dear listener, a peek behind the curtain of medieval matrimony and the lovely constrictions of a good wimple. If you enjoyed this whimsical journey through time and the trappings of royalty, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment, though only if you genuinely found it delightful. As you drift into dreamland, relish the thought of breaking free from your own threads of responsibility. May they be as light as a feather and twice as fun. Remember, whether you're a princess or just someone working 9 to 5, there's always room for a bit of rebellion, even beneath layers and layers of obligation. Good night, and may your dreams be free-flowing and abundant with possibilities. Chapter 9. quiet moments of familial dread. Hey guys, welcome back to another expedition into a history so bizarre it makes your family reunions seem like a fairy tale. Tonight, we find ourselves engulfed in something heavier than a blacksmith's anvil. Medieval marriages, where love is as scarce as a well-cooked meal, and political transactions reign supreme. So, dear listener, as you settle into your cozy spot, maybe with a cup of herbal tea or a stuffed animal you pretend is a royal steed, let's take a moment to imagine. What would it be like to be a princess, trailing a stern-faced king down the castle halls? Are you contemplating kicking your shoes off and striking a pose? Or futilely searching for the exit sign with the hope of a last-minute escape? Ever wondered how to negotiate your own marital destiny, the same way you bargain for a parking space downtown? And now, congratulations! You've just woken up in the late 13th century, a time when every marriage was less about love and more about some uncle you've never met shaking hands over a parchment filled with your dowry. Yes, in medieval Europe, your life is now akin to a game of chess. Except, spoiler alert, you're the pawn. Let's dive in. As you follow your father, the king, down the echoing stone corridors, every footstep feels heavier than a sack of potatoes. Your royal curls bounce just above your wimple, that cap of linen that seems to mock your ability to think freely, let alone dream. There's something wildly disconcerting about how your future hangs in the balance. The tension could be cut with a knife, if anyone had cutlery that sharp in this damp castle. Most are lucky if they have a spoon. Suddenly your father, draped in brocade that looks like it weighs more than a sailor's chest at sea, pauses and turns to you with a countenance that suggests he was carved from the exact same stone as the castle itself. "It's time for your marriage," he proclaims, voice booming as if he's declaring a national holiday. But in truth it feels like a funeral procession. What could be more delightful than enduring the whims of political alliances while dressed like a refrigerator? And don't forget that delightful history of matrimonial bondage that follows this moment. Now, let's pause right here for a second. Picture this. Arranged marriages where your sole fate revolves around whether you catch the eye of a lord, known primarily for his terrible puns about livestock. You could practically hear the violins playing as you imagine spending the rest of your life with someone who wouldn't know romance if it twirled in front of him wearing a sign that read, "I'm quite romantic." As you stare into your father's stern visage, thoughts race through your mind. Do I really have any say in this drama? Am I destined to be merely an ornament on my new husband's mantle, forever waiting on his whims like a loyal pet? Will I finally get to enjoy the pleasure of a full night's sleep? Or will my nights be filled with awkward dinners and terrible small talk about farming and the price of beets? Oh, and let's not forget that lovely possibility of being sent straight to a convent. It could happen. It's the medieval equivalent of being given a one-way ticket to an extended yoga retreat. Dad, you want to protest. Isn't there a chance that I might enjoy a life filled with actual choices? Perhaps a shot of romance for the thrill of it. But alas, when your father reacts like a bear who's just been roused from hibernation, complete with furious growls, you think better of voicing your true feelings. As you walk, every turn feels like a tour through a museum of regret. Castles are grand and all, but let's be real. They carry an air of confinement that resembles a particularly elaborate cage. The scent of dust and old stone surrounds you. It's like being trapped in a giant historical muffin. Maybe that's what you'll tell your future husband if you ever meet him. I'm sorry, but that's just not as appealing as my current role as a medieval princess in waiting. But not to worry. You're not completely alone in this saga. Your best friend, who helps stave off existential dread by whispering, "You could always escape," when no one is looking, is right behind you. She's equal parts support and comic relief. "Remember," she says, grinning mischievously, "if you have to marry, at least choose someone who can cook." But back to the looming reality. As you approach the Great Hall, the enormity of your situation hits like a medieval jester's slapstick. You can practically hear the wedding bells ringing an awful tune, the guests no doubt whistling in tune with your buried anxieties. A combination of dread and dry humor wells up as you wonder, who knew my best chance at happiness could rest on a single piece of parchment sealed with dark wax? At this moment, you might find yourself longing for the joys of modern dating apps. A swipe left for every unkempt noble looking like he still hasn't figured out how to comb his hair. Talk about a cruel twist of fate. Then again, amidst this turmoil, you might feel a semblance of comfort. The thought that, if this royal gig doesn't work out, you could always take a leap into adventure as a medieval bard, singing tales of absurd marriage contracts and the chefs who could hardly boil water. And so, there you are, marching forward with your father leading the way, stern, silent, and resolute, much like your impending doom. Except this time it's dripping with the sweet, bitter irony of history. And there you have it, a brief glimpse into the tumultuous journey of medieval matrimony, where love is sacrificed at the altar of political gain, and every young princess prepares for an unexpected career in patience. If you found a bit of humor amidst the historical absurdity, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. Only if you truly enjoyed the experience, of course. As you drift off into the realm of dreams, may you travel far beyond rugged castles and troublesome vows. And maybe, just maybe, you'll wake up as the star of your own majestic escapade. Good night, and may your slumber be filled with the sweet promise of your own happily ever after. Chapter 10. The Gloomy Grotto of Gendered Negotiations. Hey guys, welcome back to another journey so delightfully absurd it could make a history teacher giggle uncontrollably. Tonight, we plunge into a stone fortress of marital negotiations, so dreary it makes Mondays feel like a festival. Get ready to trade the gentle glow of your bedside lamp for flickering torches that offer little warmth beyond the illusion that the walls won't cave in on you. Imagine this. You're a princess, but let's be real. You're not exactly living a fairy tale. Your romance? More like a mandatory meeting with a slightly musty lord and a stack of dowry papers he's particularly fond of. Ever wondered if your soulmate is really just a passive-aggressive goat whisperer who thinks bedtime stories are for children? Or perhaps you've considered how it would feel to have a marriage proposal delivered by a man with questionable hygiene and a penchant for long-winded speeches. Oh, and don't even get me started on the courtship process. How incredibly romantic. You're officially engaged to someone who thinks serenading you means passionately discussing the price of cabbages while you're trapped in a chilly stone corridor. Congratulations! You've just woken up in the dazzlingly dark Middle Ages, specifically the late 13th century, a time where every heartfelt connection is masked by political dealings thicker than the smell of the castle kitchen. As you glance about the dark, winding stone corridors, the air is thicker than potato soup forgotten on a hearth for several days. Servants dash past, their torches flickering as if they're experiencing an existential crisis of their own. The combined aroma of smoke, unwashed bodies, and the delightful waft of whatever's for dinner hangs like an unwelcome guest. It might remind you of that time you accidentally wandered into a badly maintained carnival funhouse, only with more permanent residents. To your left, a tapestry depicting a bold knight rescuing a fainting maiden hangs askew, like a bad first date gone wrong. The colors fade, and for a second you ponder if even love had a rougher time than you thought. Meanwhile, the floor beneath your feet, more cracked than your neighbor's morning coffee mug, suggests that not a lot of attention has been paid to upkeep. Much like your high school prom date, this castle could use a makeover. You stumble upon a group of servants who seem frazzled and oddly enthusiastic about carrying food trays. But modesty has escaped them entirely, as their uniforms resemble potato sacks, a delightful prelude to the feast of cheesy puffs they're bringing. It's amazing how food becomes a powerful tool in medieval courtship. Ah, yes, a lord might say, the secret to her heart is undoubtedly in this moderately burned roast. Still, between you and me, it's hard to imagine a romantic evening filled with dreams of poultry when the best morsel you might ever get is a chance to gnaw on a chicken leg that barely resembles anything but an old shoe. You see, behind those grand castle walls, relationships are not built on moonlit strolls and sweet whispers. No, it's more like dodgeball, but far more genteel, and filled with compliments about mandrels and moral deeds. Lady A might question your family lineage. Then neighbor B will toss a few compliments your way, all while secretly plotting an escape from the pests of matrimonial diplomacy surrounding you. As you take a few cautious steps forward, you can't help but drop a silent prayer to the universe. Something like, "Please, let this negotiating partner be a fabulous cook." You need cheering up amid visions of mind-numbing conversations about taxes and crop yields. Is this the time to raise your concerns about how dating feels more like an unpaid intern position than a path to companionship? Would they understand your dreams of a darling prince, riding in, but instead you're faced with a lord whose idea of romance is opening a door as he loudly lists his potential heirs? This is grounding indeed. The stone walls seem to groan as much as you do, resonating with the echoes of generations past, reminding you that every marriage is a tangled knot of power dynamics steeped in reality. Ever wonder how many of those scribbled parchment notes actually opened invitations for awkward dinners where love was always declared a political transaction, my dear, instead of a thrilling romance? Keep that in mind as you traverse this grand, drafty estate.
Suddenly, you're brought back to reality by the sound of a servant shouting, "Mind the rushlights! We value our eyebrows here." That's right. If the castle's lighting doesn't ignite your eyebrows, the discussions might just. The kitchen, a chaotic realm all its own, displays a strange assortment of dishes that could make even the most seasoned chef reconsider their career choices. Who knew you could turn beetroot into something that resembles whatever that is? You ponder. Definitely not what you'd ordered on your first date. But hey, at least you're not required to cook. Every step forward pulls you deeper into this medieval melodrama where alliances are forged, broken, and inevitably fused with a side of mashed tubers. Who knew that somewhere along the way you'd trade your aspirations of romance for a lifetime of culinary chaos and economic negotiations? You can't make this up. In the court of nobility, happiness might just boil down to keeping your chin up, all while trying to dodge the impending doom of destiny, aka the marriage proposal waiting to capture you like a cumbersome cloak of still damp wool. If only there were applications for this star-crossed kind of fate. Here's hoping your future is more plentiful than potpourri, and less drenched in awkward political love notes. Either way, at least you've had a front-row seat to the grand opera of medieval matrimony, where romance is simply one more item on the ledger, and commitment is scribbled into fine print, all amid the lingering sense of the very past that binds you. Chapter 11. The Rustic Ruckus of the Royal Feast. Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Isn't History Awkward? Get ready for a history lesson so savory it could put your grandma's best stew to shame. Tonight, we're diving headfirst into a feasting frenzy that's part banquet, part disaster. Imagine dining in a room filled with haggard soldiers and a royal family that has clearly mistaken elegance for, "Look, I've got more gold than sense." Picture this. You've just landed in a grand castle, an opulent fortress that's basically saying, "You thought your dinner parties were chaotic? Hold my tankard." The great hall is alive with the sounds of clanking metal, boisterous laughter, and the distinct aroma of suspiciously aged cheese wafting through the air. It's so crowded, you'd think social distancing was never in the medieval playbook. Now, you might be wondering, how does one dine among such a lively crowd? Do you simply grab a plate and jump into the fray like it's a mosh pit at a Viking metal concert? Well, yes, sort of. The atmosphere is raucous, with knights boasting about their amazing feats of strength, while the servants dash between tables like they're in an Olympic relay, but instead of a baton, they're carrying dishes that look like they were whipped up on a particularly messy Monday morning. You take a seat at the high table, where the princess, yes, your princess, is sitting in regal splendor, gamely gnawing on a chunk of coarse bread that might be old enough to have its own social security number. She washes it down with watered-down wine from a shared cup, a fetching goblet that's probably seen more action than a knight on a quest. Good luck maintaining princess-like dignity in such circumstances, right? So, let's talk about this bread for a moment. You ever had a bun so stale it could double as a medieval weapon? Coarse and crumbly, this bread isn't exactly what you'd call dainty. So there you are, taking a delicate nibble, and whoops! A piece has just rocketed across the table, landing squarely in the lap of the lord next to you. Oops. Sorry, Lord Percival. Guess you'll just have to be an unwilling participant in the medieval bread-throwing championship. As you glance around, looking for a compliment to deflect the heat, you see that table manners are, well, less than refined. The sound of metal clashing against wood echoes through the hall as knights attempt to convey their prowess through loud slurps and boisterous belches. This is not a time for quiet corner nibbling. It's a time for fierce competition. So the only question is, can you out-burble your rowdy neighbors? Now, down at the end of the table, perhaps the strangest sight of all, a jester trying rather desperately to balance an entire roast chicken on his head. At first glance, this doesn't seem too ridiculous, until you realize he's using one hand to juggle turnips. Because who doesn't need to add an element of danger to their mealtime? One slip, and suddenly you're dodging flying vegetables, while trying to impress the princess with your impressive avoidance skills. This is what modern-day dining out feels like, minus the risk of potatoes taking out an eye, of course. And speaking of eyes, you'd almost feel bad for the poor guy who decided to attempt a romantic gesture in this chaotic circus. He leans over, eyes sparkling, preparing to tell the lovely lady next to him how she reminds him of a field of sunflowers. Adorable, right? All you need is a little candlelight and soft music to take the romantic plunge. Except, at this medieval shindig, a nearby knight just let out a hearty guffaw that shakes the table, sending your date's fork flying into the goblet of warmed wine, creating quite the fountain. Did you just create an impromptu wine fountain? Congratulations. You're officially the life of the party. But the night doesn't stop there. The servings of roasted game and hearty stews keep coming like an endless buffet. What's the secret? It's this little thing called political marriage fodder. Each dish is a marvel of culinary mismanagement, overspiced, undercooked, and entirely too reminiscent of what your average college student could whip up after a long night at the tavern. After all, no one really wants their marriage proposal to hinge on the nutritional value of porridge, right? As the evening wears on, the noise only amplifies, turning into a delightful cacophony. Servants glide by with plates piled high, skillfully dodging inelegant headlocks from drunk nobles. It's as if the kitchen staff are trained ninjas of the cookery world. Who knew dinner could turn into an extreme sport? You step back, marveling at what a night of medieval dining really is. Part feast, part comedy act, and full of unpredictable moments that could change your fate, or at least provide fodder for tales of misery and joy for months to come. You can't help but think that surviving this evening is akin to managing a small army, complete with its own chaos, camaraderie, and potential for impending embarrassment. So here's to the royal feast, a glorious blend of bread tossing, flying food items, and unpredictable romances. You might not have found true love by the end of dinner, but you have gained a few stories that will be retold for generations, all while reminding you that life, be it medieval or modern, is a grand tapestry of absurdity, hilarity, and just a pinch of chaos you didn't see coming. And remember, no matter how awkward, it's all part of the experience. You're not just dining, you're part of history. Enjoy the spectacle. It's all wonderfully
Medieval.
Chapter 12. The Princess and the Messenger from France. Hey guys, welcome back to our quirky expedition through the tangles of history. Tonight, we're diving into a topic more absurd than an owl wearing a cape: medieval marriages. Spoiler alert, no, they aren't about love. Instead, it's more like a very serious game of Monopoly, but with fancier hats and significantly more anxiety. Imagine trying to negotiate your happiness, only to find out that your true worth is equal to a goat and 3 bags of grain. Giddy up, folks! Before we embark on this matrimonial roller coaster, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. Only if you're enjoying this whimsical ride through history, of course. You wouldn't walk up to a stranger in the street and ask them to marry you, would you? Well, medieval princesses kind of had to, and they didn't even get dinner first. So, dim the lights, prop yourself up with some plush pillows, and picture this. You are once again thrust into the high Middle Ages. The air is thick with the scents of stale bread, roasted meat, and a hint of desperation. Curious, isn't it? Ever wondered what it feels like to have an entourage of peasants negotiating a truce over which side gets control of your dowry? Do you think there are medieval matchmaking apps? Swipe left for a charming prince. Swipe right for that suspiciously wealthy duke who probably has a secret plan to invade your land. Congratulations, you've just woken up in 1250, a year that's already overflowing with political discussions and matrimonial madness. Welcome to a world where your social standing is dictated by the curves of your nose and the number of cows in your dowry. Picture our heroine, the poor princess, dutifully perched in her opulent chamber, staring glumly at a cup of watered wine that could surely be classified as a light featherweight consolation prize. Her lady-in-waiting, Alice, rushes in, clutching a herald without a shred of dignity or decorum. Aren't you relieved you're not her? A messenger from France, Alice whispers urgently, as if announcing the winner of an all-too-important contest. The princess raises an eyebrow, unsure if messenger means potential suitor or bad news sort of appointment. It's like those moments in modern day when a mysterious package arrives at your doorstep. Will it be something delightful or merely a reminder of your poor life choices? My lady, Alice chirps animatedly as a pigeon glares menacingly from the window, they come seeking a marriage alliance. You'll marry Duc Frou-Frou of France. He's got a castle the size of an elephant. Quite impressive for a man of such questionable fashion sense. And there it is, the hammer of patently absurd medieval reality smashing down. The princess can't help but wonder if a lifetime of grinning and glancing longingly at knights in desperate need of a good scrub is really worth this honor.
Because let's face it, life as a political bargaining chip isn't quite what she had in mind when she dreamt of finding true love while escaping to the castle library to read dramatic poetry. Does he even have good hygiene, she asks, gnawing on that not-so-fresh bread and offering a slight wince. I'm pretty sure I just saw a mouse in the corner of the room. Hashtag not ideal. Alice merely shrugs. Well, he does own a plucky little ferret, so there's that. Because nothing says romance like a ferret with questionable hygiene residing in a marriage of convenience, right? Surely that ferret would wax poetic about the emotional depth of courtship, as if it qualified him to join in negotiations. As if saying, hey, you might not have a say in your future, but at least you've got ferrets. The princess stares forlornly at her goblet. Wonderful. Why have my dreams of romance turned into a twisted game of financial chess?
I could have been at the fair with a charming juggler instead of locked in a room plotting alliances with French nobles. Ah, the notion of romantic nights spent sipping wine beneath the stars is quickly replaced with the sobering reality of wearing a heavy crown while feigning delight over yet another ludicrous political proposition. It's like having to attend a family reunion, but everyone keeps insisting you greet Great-Uncle Alfred, who smells of old cheese, and refuses to stop talking about his award-winning turnip harvest. But Alice, ever optimistic, leans in with a conspiratorial whisper. Well, you may not get a sweet prince, but the Duke's marginally better than Baron Dinglebottom, who once tried to court you with a bouquet of rotten parsnips. Ah, yes, Baron Dinglebottom. He might as well have proposed with a sandwich board advertising his unfortunate personal grooming habits. Wouldn't it be easier to simply have a great hoo-hoom horn honk at royal gatherings instead? At least that would ensure 0 awkward moments. So as dinner approaches, far tastier than a parsnip bouquet, but inflected with the ever-present fear of questionable political alliances looming large, you know you're in for a night riddled with laughter, absurdity, and the undeniable potential that one misstep could send you straight down the aisle with a duke in questionable fashion choices. What a time to be alive! Yet deep down, beneath the societal expectations and medieval theatrics, there lies a little glimmer of hope. Even if your marriage has the same basis as a business contract, who knows? Maybe, just maybe, every once in a while, a princess and her duke can turn that political transaction into something resembling companionship. Or at the very least, a colorful pile of ferrets. And thus continues the saga of a princess navigating through the chaotic landscape of political marriages, where the stakes are high and the attire questionable. Who said history couldn't be mildly fascinating? You can.
Make this up, folks. So, as our story weaves a bit further into the past, brace yourselves for the inevitable comedic mishaps, misunderstandings, and the not-so-glamorous reality of being the centerpiece in a most curious negotiating table. Like sheep in a marketplace, life may be messy, but together we'll navigate through this historical maze, one mildly amusing episode at a time. Chapter 13. The Resigned Princess. Hey guys, welcome back to our delightful jaunt through the absurdities of history. Tonight, we find ourselves in a scenario more convoluted than your last family Zoom call. Medieval marriages. Spoiler alert, love isn't just blind. In this case, it's also the life savings of a goat and a hefty dowry. So put your bejeweled goblets down and brace yourselves for the political circus that would make even the most solemn history buff giggle. But first, before we dive deeper into this rabbit hole made of crowns and contracts, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment, though only if you genuinely enjoy our adventures through the oddities of yesteryear. You wouldn't plop a clown wig on your dog for no reason, right? Or would you? Now, dim those lights, get cozy in your favorite spot, and take a moment to imagine this. Why does every royal banquet feel like an awkward reunion where you're forced to sit next to your well-meaning but utterly boring uncle? Or why does negotiating a marriage proposal feel more like bartering for a bargain on last year's fruit? Have you ever wondered why you can't just ghost your suitors the way you do with those endless, awkward Tinder matches? Life in the 13th century was full of decisions that would make even your most complicated text threads seem simple. Congratulations! You've just woken up in 1250, where the air is heavy with opportunity, despair, and maybe a hint of peasant sweat. Welcome to a world where the concept of swipe right refers to a butter-slathered piece of bread, not the perfectly frustrating dance of modern love. Now, let's zero in on our protagonist, the princess, who is staring out her castle window with all the enthusiasm of someone forced to eat a rubber shoe, as her lady-in-waiting, Alice, shuffles around with the grace of a tipsy duck. Our princess contemplates her life choices. Why am I here, she wonders, gazing out as if searching for an escape, perhaps dreaming of frolicking in meadows filled with knights who don't smell like yesterday's cabbage stew. Instead of daydreaming of dragon fights and legendary quests, she's about to be sold off like a prized pig at a county fair. Is it too late to apply the Hogwarts? She sighs internally. This princess isn't just any girl. At 13, yes, let's all take a moment to cringe. The world sees her as marriageable. Forget algebra or dolling up for prom. It's more about preparing for matrimonial dealings and the grim prospect of producing heirs. You know, the stuff every middle schooler dreams of if they were raised by wolves in a stinky barn. A bit of your ear pricks up at the sound of the stables. Is that a horse whinnying or a particularly annoyed chicken? Either way, the atmosphere is ripe with anxiety and the tang of hay. "Good morning, my lady," chirps Alice, bursting into the room, her arms full of parchments and what appears to be a very confused squirrel. A messenger from France arrives. Our princess rolls her eyes. Wonderful, just what I need. Another bureaucratic shindig. Do they even have proper manners, or should I be ready for a fresh round of bad news bingo? There's talk of an alliance. You might be betrothed to the illustrious Duke Frou-Frou of France. Alice announces with a flourish, waving the parchment as if it were a trophy from the local pie-eating contest. The princess leans back, her expression droll. Duke Frou-Frou, sigh. Sounds like someone who went to a pig show in a kimono. Does he at least know how to wash behind his ears? Oh, absolutely, Alice assures her, with a theatrical flair. He has a castle as grand as any, complete with ferrets, and possibly too many goldfish. But don't worry, he's definitely wearing one of those fashionable berets. Plus, the ferrets can perform tricks. Because nothing says romantic prospect quite like a wardrobe malfunction with an animal that actively disrupts courtly decorum. Can you imagine? Oh dear, my duke, your ferret just stole my roasted fowl. Fantastic, the princess mutters sarcastically, wishing she could trade her opulent gown for a simple peasant dress and a chance to find true love at a fair with charming jugglers and far less ferret drama. As she glances back out the window, resigned to her fate, the realization dawns that her existence resembles a one-sided chess game, except the king is too busy hogging the spotlight. Who even gets to decide whether she'd rather marry a fabulously garlicky sorcerer or a duke with a penchant for floral prints? I could have been galloping through life chasing adventure, not paperwork, she laments.
And yes, among all this melodrama, life as a bargaining chip wasn't quite the fantasy she imagined, while daydreaming of knights and quests somewhere between naps. Is it too late to sign up for a spin instructor course instead? Despite this, there lingers a hint of defiance. Perhaps her life, though cast in chains of arranged marriages, isn't wholly without spark. Maybe there can be companionship, or at the very least, a good ferret or two, to lighten up the dreary days of being a matronly pawn on the grand chessboard of medieval intrigue. So, as the absurd negotiations of life loom ahead, she finds some humor in the chaos. And this, dear listener, is where the story of our princess continues. Through contracts, confusion, and a whole lot of ferrets that may, or may not, understand the art of romance. Just wait till she meets the Duke. As you settle back into the soft linens of your modern bed, find solace in knowing that even a princess can find her way through a castle filled with questionable suitors, absurd politics, and the enduring hope that maybe, just maybe, there's still laughter to be had among the medieval madness.
Chapter 14. The Princess and the Needle. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight we dive into something more intricate than your Aunt Judy's embroidered doilies. The delicate art of needlework in the medieval princess's life. Spoiler alert, it's not just about stitching pretty pictures. It's about preparing for your wedding as if you're turning in a dissertation, while also learning how to heal the village from dysentery. So, grab your imaginary thimble and hold on to your invisible scissors. It's time to snip away at the weeds of history. But first, if you enjoy our delightful jaunts through this historical hilarity, please like, subscribe, and comment. And while you're at it, let us know if you've ever felt like a medieval princess herself, perpetually preparing for something utterly confusing with only a spoonful of chaos for company. You wouldn't sew a cloak for your pet ferret and then forget to wear pants, would you? Or would you? Now, without further ado, dim those lights. Turn on a fan for that breezy castle vibe and get comfortable. Picture yourself slipping into a medieval castle, somewhere between the stale scent of unwashed noble folk and the comforting whiff of fresh hay. Have you ever wondered how many threads it takes to make a perfect tapestry? Or why your current sewing project makes you cry more than a Gilmore Girls binge? And why does it always feel like your hobbies require a degree in everything but relaxation? Congratulations! You've just woken up in 1250, a year where your social standing is measured by the number of embroidered cushions you own, and how effectively you can alter a dress without losing half your arm in the process. You blink groggily, adjusting to the soft glow of candlelight. Before you, an intricate embroidery frame beckons, laden with silk and shimmering gold thread. You can almost hear the muffled cries of the past. "Stitch me! Stitch me!" And what do you find yourself embroiled in, you ask? An elaborate religious scene of saints, crosses, and swirling vines.
Adornments designed to prove you're not just a pretty face, but a devoted wife-to-be, capable of stitching up not just linens, but lives. Let's set the scene. Your fingers brush against the silky fabric, and the cool texture sends shivers of both dread and delight coursing through you. This isn't just needlework. It's the medieval equivalent of taking a final exam. Only, instead of a degree in philosophy, you're earning your diploma in Household Management 101. You're expected to be a master of needle and thread, managing not only emotional threads at court, but also the threads of the universe, or at least your immediate family. It's a lofty goal, especially when all you really want is to binge on pastries. But let's be honest. Have you ever stared at a needle and wondered if you're more inclined to stab it into a fabric swatch or your own eye? Welcome to medieval princess training, where every stitch represents a certain level of capability, and every error is a slap to your future as a wife and mother. When the lady-in-waiting, Alice, swings by, a patchy squirrel on her shoulder, it's less, "How's the embroidery going?" and more, "Let's discuss your future family tree and how many children you're expected to bear." "Good morning, my lady," Alice chirps, peering over your shoulder like an overly enthusiastic teacher. "How's the holy embroidery coming along? Will it rival His Holiness's temper when he finds out the last piece was just a fabric napkin?" With a crinkle of your brow, you sigh. You know, Alice, if only all this drudgery could be swapped for a relaxing bubble bath. When was the last time anybody thought to embroider grapes and olives into the local goblet? Alice tilts her head. "My lady, let's not kid ourselves. You're crafting subtext here. If my stitching is bad, I might attract a suitor with bad breath and hands like bricks." You can't help but chuckle, picturing courtly events where someone might approach with a proposal and a distinct aroma of curdled cheese. And of course, imagine having to patch together your courtly attire to mask the garlic from dinner. Having had a royal feast isn't without consequence. These nights spent in the dim light of your candle end up resembling more of a gothic horror story than a royal fairy tale. No fairy godmother here. Just you, a needle, and the creeping sensation that this delicate art form is all that stands between you and a permanent shift into the peasant's hovel next door. The sound of tiny stitches puncturing the fabric is almost soothing, like the soft pitter-patter of rain on thatched roofs. And outside, gentle whispers of the wind dally about, carrying tidbits from the village. Probably gossip about the latest who's marrying who, involving that duck frou-frou again. And while the sprawled-out images of heavenly scenes swirl in your mind, you can't help but bite your lip, contemplating, will stitching this religious scene keep me from being bundled off to some faraway land, away from all of this? But deep down, among threads of silk, gold, and countless layers of worry, you chuckle quietly to yourself. Sure, being a medieval princess might not feel like a glamorous dream when you're blocking out the potential horrors of arranged marriages and imagined life paths by embroidering them away. However, there's a certain beauty to this needlework's absurdity that makes you realize you could very well turn the entire situation into your own unique tapestry of life. So while the world tightens around your fingers like the threads in that fancy gold filigree, you remember, as you stitch, you live. And through every tiny needle prick, life stitches itself into a teeny tiny adventure filled with laughter, snark, and perhaps just a hint of rebellion to boot. So as you gently doze off, let the rhythmic motion of your imagined stitching carry you away into a land where the only thing more complex than your needlework is the region's politics. Though isn't that just a stitch in time, saving you from some truly medieval woes?
Chapter 15. The Perils of Childbirth. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight, we're plunging into something more intense than your Uncle Larry's karaoke performance. The sheer terror that was childbirth in medieval times. Buckle up, because we're about to explore a subject that had women wondering if they'd trade their new baby for a quiet night alone. Because let's face it, in the last half of the Middle Ages, childbirth often felt like playing a high-stakes game of roulette with your own life. This you know, that birthing rooms were basically the medieval equivalent of a horror movie set. Imagine being in a dimly lit room filled with the scent of sour bread, candle wax, and intense anxiety, as several midwives prepare for something more chaotic than a critical episode of Keeping Up with the Kings. If you enjoy our thrilling historical quiz every week, please like, subscribe, and comment. But really, only if you actually enjoy it. We're not here to pressure anyone into liking stories about pregnant women fighting for their lives like they were battling a dragon. So, dim those lights, crank up that imaginary fan for the classic drafty castle vibe, and get cozy. Have you ever wondered what went through the minds of the midwives as they prepared to assist in the most dangerous event of a woman's life? Or how medieval women planned their birthing rituals like they were setting the stage for a Shakespearean tragedy? Ever thought about how there were no epidurals? Just you, a bed of hay, and the roaring sound of your impending doom, perhaps? Congratulations. You've just woken up in 1252, a time when childbirth could very well mean you'd be exchanging your light, fluffy pastries for a one-way ticket to the netherworld. Yes, welcome to a realm where labor was as common as bread, and unfortunately, just as deadly for many women. Imagine the scene. Flickering candles illuminate a room that feels more like a medieval tumble dryer than a place of joy. Shadows dance along the straw-strewn floor as the anxious midwives, dressed in such dirty tunics that laundry was by now a distant memory, circle around an ethereal figure struggling on a makeshift bed. The soft chants of deep encouragement mix with muffled squeals, and every pained expression from the mother is a reminder that she has signed a much riskier contract than the one you begrudgingly agreed to at the dentist. In stark contrast to your Insta-worthy delivery room today, this space is filled with more tension than a cat at a dog show. You hear the midwives whispering hopeful yet superstitious phrases like, "Quick, someone fetch the cat. It worked last time." You grimace, contemplating the idea of a feline miracle, while closing your eyes to block out the rather gruesome reality of labor. Trust me, it's not the beautiful Brady Bunch montage you envisioned. As the candles flicker, the oppressive warmth thickens like soup on a slow boil. Every breath feels like you're pulling in the despair of all the poor souls who didn't make it through childbirth. The air tastes of fear. And let's not even get started on that strategic avoidance of the "what's that smell" crises happening in the corner. You'd think that was simply a midwife's lunch gone wrong, but alas. At this point, Every eye in the room is glued to the mother, whose expression could rival the faces of contestants in a medieval survivor challenge. In what might just be a proactive parenting move, the midwives throw down the gauntlet, urging her on with chants that would put any modern motivational speaker to shame. Just think of the dowry. Just think of the dowry. Because you definitely want the baby to be worth something hefty. As a peasant woman, you'd trained yourself for more than just back-breaking labor in the fields. This was possibly the biggest trademark of your existence. Popular statistics suggest that a demanding 50% of women didn't survive childbirth, which certainly puts the phrase, "it takes a village," into a rather grim light, wouldn't you say? Hooray for teamwork, echoes faintly. But isn't that quite cold comfort for anyone staring down a future as murky as the local swamp? And then it happens. The room lets out a sound. A terrible, wretched sound. As the atmosphere shifts, just when you thought you were nearing the finish line for the day, someone dashes past with a rather frantic, resounding shout emanating from a kitchen. "Get the ale! We need ale!" You can only surmise that hydration wasn't high on their priorities. But hey, a little liquid courage isn't ever a bad substitute for modern anesthetics. It's in this candle-lit sanctuary. They face a battle of wills against biology, tradition, and overwhelming odds. But don't count the mother out just yet. Channeling the spirit of every historical badass warrior princess, she pushes through, and with one glorious final exhalation, out comes a little bundle of joy, possibly sporting the embarrassment of an epic birth crown. Instantaneously, you can see the midwives erupting into cheers of sought-after relief. Congratulations! Now let's hope the baby keeps its fingers. Unlike last time, as the dusty evening settles and laughter mingles with cheerful tears, you take a moment through that grotesque, terrifying tapestry of life. You also find beauty, a spark of hope, resilience, and the notion that one could survive the most challenging battles in a life, made all the more absurd. So, as you lay there, watching this peculiar scene unfold, take comfort in the fact that every moment of pain led to a child born, not just a series of stitches on a forlorn piece of fabric, but an actual living person, a thread woven tighter into the past, sewn into a narrative bumpier than a medieval road. The balance of life and death, whispered sweetly amongst flickering candle flames, eternally pinned down, with the stitches of humor, hope, and just a hint of chaotic absurdity. As you drift into your own dreaming state, remember, wherever there is childbirth, there is chaos waiting to be birthed. Or at least to stitch up a few good stories around a cozy hearth, somewhere in the heart of history. Chapter 16. Deal or No Deal, the Royal Office of Matrimony. Hey guys, welcome back to another cozy dive into the quirkier side of history. Tonight, we're about to negotiate something stickier than your last Tinder date. Marriages in the medieval period. Yes, indeed. Your marriage back then was less about love and more about business transactions. Kind of like a medieval version of a high-stakes game show. Imagine trying to woo your true love with Will you marry me, or do you want this basket of turnips and a lifetime supply of goats? But let's be real. Who doesn't love a good love story? Especially one where the couple has an entire castle to themselves, but is really just swapping livestock instead of vows. So, if you appreciate a bit of drama mixed with your historical facts, please consider liking, subscribing, and commenting. Only if you genuinely enjoy the ride, of course. Now, dim those lights, grab your favorite blanket, and let's prepare to time travel back to the golden age of awkward conversations and arranged nuptials. Have you ever felt like your relationship depended more on your family's influence than your actual connection? Ever wondered what it'd be like to marry someone because your dad lost a poker game? Or thought, maybe I'll just pick a spouse at random from the local market, offering a sheep as my dowry? Congratulations. You've just stepped into the opulent yet paradoxically dreary year of 1303, where love isn't blind, it's under contract. Welcome to the King's private chamber, a space so grand it's practically dripping with excess decor. Picture this. You've just strolled into a room dominated by a massive wooden desk, upon which an overwhelming pile of parchment threatens to topple like one of those dangerous tower block games you played as a child. The desk is illuminated by the warm glow of a roaring fire, crackling and popping like a lively chat at the family reunion. For a moment, you imagine the soft crackle of fire is trying to drown out the sound of turbulent royal affairs. But alas, even a fire knows better than to meddle in political drama. The walls around you are lined with sumptuous tapestries, depicting scenes of valiant knights and dragons. A pleasant distraction from the lovers' quarrels secretly staged behind the brocade. The vibrant colours display nothing less than the wealth and power of the royal family. A display of prestige that says, we might not have Wi-Fi, but look at our gold-threaded tapestries. Everything in this chamber breathes authority and wealth. But scratch the surface, and you'll find it's a marriage market disguised as a royal chamber. This is where the squabbling families converge for negotiations, with the subtlety of a woodpecker in a library. It's all about who marries whom. And oh boy, are there some hilarious shenanigans on the table. Let's take a moment to imagine the king, seated grandly at that desk, furrowing his brow while simultaneously wondering if he'll ever win a game of chess against his daughter's latest suitor. They say his kingdom's fate hangs on this very office, though behind closed doors he's eyeing the clock, wishing he could escape this medieval episode of The Bachelor. The air is thick with the scent of parchment mixed with the aromatic undertones of whatever lamb stew was served for dinner. You can practically taste the tension. Or is that still last week's mutton stew hanging around? Either way, you're keenly aware that every parchment on that desk is more than just paper. They're contracts binding hearts, fortunes and livestock to one another, like it's the latest glimpse of reality TV. Now here's the deal for the sheep. Then there are those awkward silences as the candidates shuffle around nervously in this high-stakes negotiation. You can practically hear the reigning monarch's internal monologue. If only these negotiations involved a wrestling match instead. Winner gets my daughter, and loser has to tend to the goats. Every hopeful suitor must bring their best pitch, an engaging mix of flattery and offers. Your daughter is as lovely as the spring blooms, and may I present my dowry, 10 sheep, 2 goats, and a slightly used horse with a mysterious odor. You can almost picture the daughter rolling her eyes and contemplating how many sheep it would take to buy her freedom. As the king sips a tankard, pondering the ridiculousness of it all, you can sense the absurdity lingering in the air like a bad case of fish soup. Surely it doesn't get more ridiculous than this. Arranged marriages built on the foundational pillar of livestock. One can only wonder if there's a medieval equivalent of swipe right for goats. So there you sit, chuckling at these peculiar matrimonial arrangements. One minute you're sourcing cattle, and the next calculating just how many sheepskins would cover the cost of a decent gown. Mischief is afoot in this wooden chamber of politics, and romance gone awkwardly awry. And then comes the moment of truth. The king raises a quill, with all the drama of a reality show host announcing, and the final decision is... You lean in closer, half expecting fireworks to erupt as the deal is struck. But spoiler alert, it's just a droopy-eyed sheep and a promise of more trysts to come. In the grand scheme of things, these matrimonial contracts may seem wild, but they were rooted in the survival of family. And while you drift off into your dreams of unusual wedding ceremonies, always remember, sometimes love is just a box of livestock waiting to be opened. Or maybe that's just how medieval romance went down. As sleep wraps around you like a cozy quilt, remember, while you may not want a marriage built on livestock, history always has the last laugh.
Chapter 17. A Royal Bargain.
Hey guys, welcome back to another cozy dive into the wildly quirky side of history. Tonight, we explore something stickier than your grandmother's secret peach cobbler recipe. Medieval dynastic marriages. Yes, indeed. Picture this. If your love life currently feels like negotiating your way through a crowded IKEA, back then it was more akin to trading your finest cow for a prince, complete with hefty dowry demands and a side of land disputes, of course. So if you genuinely appreciate a good mix of history and humor, like trying to sip your morning coffee while dodging a speckled chicken, you know the drill. Please consider liking, subscribing, and commenting, but only if you'd like. No pressure. We're not trying to pull a medieval feast on your conscience here. Now dim those lights, cozy up with your favorite blanket, and let's find ourselves transported to a grand, yet oddly bleak, medieval chamber in the year 1303, the pinnacle of matrimonial madness. Have you ever found yourself in an uncomfortable family meeting over the holidays, only to realize your most sensible aunt was secretly arranging your future? Or thought, fantastic, I'll just marry the guy who brought us the freshest goat? Well, congratulations. You've just woken up in a world where your happily ever after is more about neighboring alliances than candlelit dinners. Welcome to the king's private chamber, a place that smells like sweat, parchment, and the faint hint of desperation. This is where the magic happens, or rather, where deals are made that make the word romantic feel slightly nauseous. As you meander into this cavernous room, take in the sight of a seething king adorned in extravagant robes that probably cost more than several farmsteads combined. He sits heavily at a grand wooden desk so cluttered with scrolls that it resembles the aftermath of a particularly feisty game of Jenga. The flames crackle in the fireplace, if only to shout, "Look at me, I'm hot," with every popping log, while the walls hum with the tension of negotiations that could shake kingdoms. Your eyes land on the princess, her face a portrait of calculation, a single eyebrow raised like a noble flag of surrender. She stands there, surrounded by thick tapestries depicting great knights slaying dragons, all while she silently wonders why she isn't holding a sword herself. You see, her forthcoming marriage to Prince Philip of France isn't just a walk down the aisle. It's a transaction of considerable heft, much like a poorly planned livestock auction. "Ah, my dear daughter," the king begins, pointing with a quill as if he's steering a ship through treacherous waters. "Let's discuss your upcoming union. Now, imagine it's much like selecting fine horses. We'll want a handsome brute and excellent health. And let's not forget about the dowry." Your mind races to picture the royal dowry. Freshly minted coins? A lush vineyard? Nope. Instead, it's a list of livestock, assorted cheese wheels, and perhaps a few land rights for good measure. Just ask the previous bride. She only got a handful of sheep and a slightly less smelly barn. The princess tries to keep her composure, suppressing an eye roll that could rival any in the modern age. "Father, is there any chance I can say a word regarding my future? How about we swap the cows for a few dance lessons?" But alas, her request is drowned out by the righteous bluster of her father's strategizing. And speaking of connections, Philip's family controls essential trade routes. Our grain and wool sales could skyrocket. Imagine it! The king's eyes twinkle with dollar signs and the enthusiasm of a toddler in a candy store. "If blessed by the gods, we may gain some fine wool, and with any negotiation luck, new trading rights." Staring blankly at the ceiling, the princess contemplates a woolen life, which sounds grand until you think about itchy sweaters in summer. "So let me get this straight, father," she finally manages. "My life is about trading livestock, while Philip enjoys the privilege of snoring next to me. Wasn't there a medieval version of Tinder for this kind of arrangement?" The king chuckles. "Tinder? No, child. But we do have suitors who swipe left on livestock. Shocking, I know." He flips through some scrolls and launches into a list of all the fabulous offers attached to the prospective groom. 5 goats, 3 geese, and the key to the local tavern. What more could you want? Every proposal uncurls like a stale parchment, and you imagine how the princess calculates the optimal number of geese to ensure she'll have a decent flying start, or rather, fly away. Even now, she can hear the ghosts of barnyard animals mocking her dreams of romance. "Sorry, darling, you were born into a family where love is mere decoration on a contract parchment." As the negotiations unfold almost absurdly, you can't help but imagine what would happen if the princess decided to take matters into her own hands. "You know what, father? I'll trade my hand in marriage for 5 chicken legs and a fancy hat. Now that sounds like a bargain." With a flourish, the king swipes his quill across the agreement as cheerfully as a game show host revealing the final prize.
The room fills with an atmosphere thicker than the smog over London. "And so the deal is struck," he announces, puffing out his chest with a satisfaction typically reserved for winning an argument with a toddler. As you lean into this atmosphere of absurdity, laughter dances in the air. Politically motivated marriages may have ensured the prosperity of kingdoms, but one thing's for sure. If you think arranged weddings were hard in biblical times, try navigating a dowry system with an unexpected twist of poultry chaos. And so, as you drift off to sleep, nestled in your warm blankets, just remember, love in the medieval period often came pre-packaged with livestock and a healthy side of politics. Sweet dreams of sheep and suitors await, where your heart might just be considered collateral in a ridiculous game of medieval Monopoly. Chapter 18. The Princess's Window. Hey guys, welcome back to another foray into history that's more odd than a ferret on a unicycle. Tonight, instead of drooling over romantic tales embellished with grooms chasing after brides, we're diving into something much funnier. Medieval freedom, or rather, the distinct lack of it. Picture this. If your Monday morning feels like herding cats while trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, just imagine being a medieval princess, peering out of your castle tower and realizing your life is about as flexible as a stone wall. So, if you find joy in peculiar historical tidbits akin to Granny's infamous fruitcake, it's the thought that counts, right? Please consider liking, subscribing, and commenting, but only if you genuinely enjoyed this. No pressure. We promise not to send a castle guard after you for skipping out. Now, dim those lights, pull out your cozy blanket, and let's slide into a world where a princess's dreams of independence are interrupted by the sound of clashing swords and the laughter of young squires. What's it like being a royal when the closest thing you have to freedom is window gazing? Do squires ever trip over their own swords? Is that a hazard, or just part of the training? And why can't a princess wield a sword anyway? If you were in her shoes, would you be tempted to join the swordplay down below, or throw a cabbage at the nearest noble? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Congratulations. You've just woken up in the year 1305, high atop a grand castle, overlooking a noisy yard bustling with youthful squires practicing their swordsmanship, each swing a neon light showcasing their futures. As you look through the tall, arched window, adorned with glass that might as well be made of memory, you can feel the chill of the medieval air brush your face. You take a deep breath, and what do you smell? Fresh-cut grass. No, more like the earthy tang of horse manure wafting from the stables nearby. A delightful reminder of the untamed charm of royal life. Your heart swells as you watch two squires, both maybe 15, their laughter ringing like the sweetest bells as they practice clumsy swordplay. They dart and weave like agile rabbits evading a hungry fox. Their faces are flushed with excitement, sweating from their trials, but it doesn't matter. Each swing and clank of metal seems to shout, "Look at us. This is the best part of our day." Contrast that with your own reality. The discomfortingly stately chambers echoing with silence, except for the pensive sighs from your lady-in-waiting, who has seen enough of royal boredom to fill a library. "What's that, my lady?" she would say, with thinly veiled sarcasm, perfectly suited for a life of court drama, contemplating the mysteries of life while I stare longingly at livestock. How thrilling. Outside, the squires leap about, imagining their future knights destined for glorious battles. While you're stuck in a gilded cage, the thought of wielding a sword as foreign as trying to teach a goldfish to climb a tree. Is it fair, you muse, that they train in glorious combat while you spend hours perfecting embroidery that will never represent a legacy? Honestly, it feels like a competition that keeps giving a grand prize to someone else. Ponder this. Is it that they're born for valor, while you're birthed into a world where your only options are to wear fancier gowns, or marry into a politically charged arrangement? Look at those squires. No pressure, no political alliances to configure. Their worries seem limited to mastering the art of not impaling themselves. If only life were that simple. And if that weren't amusing enough, you can't help but imagine a medieval version of Tinder for those squires down below, swiping left on the wrong sword technique, or right on bravery. Nope, that one can't even block a stuffed turkey, let alone a rogue knight. As you sink deeper into your somber thoughts, the sunlight glints off a nearby armor piece, gleaming like the brightest idea you just wish for once could apply to you. What would it take, you wonder, to trade these silks for a sword, gallant steed, and some squires desperately in need of a gentle shove to help with their balance? It's this grand longing for freedom that hangs heavy in your heart. But amidst all this reflection, a chuckle escapes your lips. Because let's be real. If you wanted to give the squires a taste of what it's like to lead a princess's life, you might just put them in white satin and make them assess how well they can sip tea without spilling it, or maintain poise under the pressure of an overzealous suitor trying to impress. As you lose yourself in alternating fantasies of sword fights and elegant soirees, you start to realize you have the relaxation of a bird in a cage with a splendid view. They have the exhilarating freedom of figuring out how not to crash into each other. It's like watching a ballet where no one knows the steps, yet somehow laughter is the underlying music. So as you lean against the window and listen to their roars of joy, try not to get too caught up in the bittersweet tangle of your own fate. Instead, allow a subtle smile to grace your lips, because even though you're confined to a castle, surrounded by suffocating expectations, somewhere in that raucous laughter lies a truth, a historical connection to a time when life was about skill, strategy, and a fair share of chaos. And as you slowly drift into slumber, remember, while those young squires might wield their swords, the journey to wield a future of one's own design can start with a simple urge to ask, can I swaddle that sheep instead? Sweet dreams of royal escapades await, where every challenge is an opportunity cloaked in absurdity. Chapter 19. A Lesson in French and Humiliation. Hey guys, welcome back to our delightful dive into history, where every lesson is more entertaining than an overcooked turnip. Tonight, we're uncovering something as charming as a cat in a hat,
the whirlwind romance of medieval marriage, or, as I like to call it, how to turn love into a business transaction with a side of heartbreak. It's a mixture of awkward family dinners and negotiating treaties that would leave any modern-day bride reeling. Are you ready to witness the joys of medieval education? Spoiler alert, it's about as fun as untying your shoelaces while wearing oven mitts. You're in for a treat if you've ever struggled to learn a language, or if you ever found yourself regretting the last thing you typed in an email. But don't worry, this tale has more twists than a pretzel at a county fair. So, if you find pleasure in the slightly absurd life of a medieval princess trying desperately to avoid a faux pas, just like avoiding that one cousin at Thanksgiving who always wants to discuss politics, then like, subscribe, and maybe drop a comment about your most cringe-worthy language mishap. But only if you truly enjoyed this. No royal guards will come knocking to ensure your loyalty. Now, dim those lights, pull up that cozy blanket, and let's tumble more than a sleeper on a haystack into a world where French lessons are punctuated by very stern knuckles and a rapping paddle. Ever felt the thrill of being up against a wall? No? Well, let me take you to a time when that feeling was more common than free samples at a grocery store. Imagine being a princess in the year 1305, peering into your own personal version of a medieval classroom. You awake to find yourself no longer in your lavish chambers, but instead seated atop an uncomfortable stool, a wooden paddle laying ominously upon a very ornate desk, and staring down the piercing gaze of Lady Catherine, your strict tutor, as unsmiling as a cat in a bathtub. What have you done to deserve this? Perhaps you mispronounced a word. Perhaps you dared to suggest that learning French could be as fun as a barrel of monkeys. Spoiler alert, it isn't. As you brace yourself, the weight of the paddle looms larger than a turkey on Thanksgiving, and your heart races like a jester dodging a rotten tomato. Now, my dear, Lady Catherine begins, her voice as intimidating as a dragon's snort, we shall enunciate bonjour one more time. You wince. Despite her rigid approach, there's something oddly funny about the fact that this stern lady thinks that beatings will improve your French pronunciation. Your brain, saturated with dread and confusion all at once, wonders where the positive reinforcement went. Surely there must be cookies or at least some cheerful stickers for effort. Alas, welcome to the Middle Ages, where satisfaction is measured by progress through pain, and memorization is supported by threats of corporal punishment. If only those old medieval documents had included a do not disturb sign on the mental health of royalty. Your thoughts take a vacation to another realm, imagining a world where this official-looking tutor lounges in leisure, while you show her how to correctly use the latest flavor of the language, like saying, "ah," after catching sight of a particularly delicious pastry. Or maybe you could swap lessons. You'll teach her how to gracefully glide through a crowded party, and in return, you could learn to pronounce every word without the impending doom of splinters from the torturous paddle. Now, take a moment to reflect. Is this really what your life as a princess has amounted to? Daily lessons, mixed with the constant fear of a wooden smack to the palms. Is Lady Catherine training you in language or in hand-eye coordination with added sting? Perhaps all those medieval romances were just clever ploys by castle guards to trick young ladies into thinking their futures could be filled with sweet nothings, instead of looming paddles and frantic conjugations. Let's uncover the vivid details of this curious scene. You can feel the tension gather in the air, thick like cream after a month of not being stirred. The room is dimly lit. A few flickering candles offer more drama than visibility. The smells of old parchment and the faint whiff of burnt biscuit waft in from the kitchens below, making your stomach growl uneasily. If only there were a snack break. But alas, the only sustenance you're offered is the frustrating taste of failure. Each time Lady Catherine raps your knuckles like she's summoning a beleaguered spirit, you can't help but wonder if there's a better motivational strategy. You ponder what it would be like to throw a cabbage instead. A fine gesture of protest, you think, giggling quietly. But no, you should refrain from making any rash moves, in fear of becoming the laughingstock of the court. Perseverance. You take a breath, look at Lady Catherine, and muster all the bravery you can to try pronouncing Monsieur correctly. Perhaps this time would yield applause instead of punishment. Spoiler, it doesn't. Turns out the secret to mastering French is an endless loop of practice, with only your dignity left behind like yesterday's leftovers. As the lessons stretch into what feels like infinity, the progress remains painfully slow. Why can't you just teach me how to negotiate my own marriage instead? You mutter under your breath as another whack sends you sailing out of concentration. Honestly, a real estate agent would be more entertaining and much better suited to finding you a suitable husband with a penchant for garlic. Can you imagine a medieval dating service? Whether you seek a knight or a knucklehead, we've got you covered. And with this thought, this odd whimsical contrast between paddles and pickles, maybe you can finally close your eyes, imagining a world where language learning doesn't involve bruised knuckles, and your choices are granted by your own fancy, while the adventures of mastering French swirl around your mind. Here's hoping you find peace in the chaos of it all. As you drift off, try not to bemoan your fate, for even the strictest of lessons come sprinkled with laughter. And remember, if you ever find yourself hoping for the freedom to marry for love, just imagine Lady Catherine trying to decipher emojis for her next lesson. Good night, and sweet humorous dreams. Chapter 20. The Art of Political Nuptials. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight we step into a world as full of intrigue as your great-aunt's Thanksgiving dinner, where every marriage is less of a fairy tale and more of a business meeting wrapped in embroidered silk. Imagine a scene colder than your ex's heart. A medieval princess grappling with the frosty reality of her upcoming nuptials. Here she is, embroiled in a political transaction masquerading as romance, and you're in the front row of this royal circus. But before we sprinkle our existential dread with a bit of medieval humor, let's take a moment to ponder. Have you ever tried to fall asleep while contemplating the extent of your parents' influence on your love life? Ever deliberated whether marrying for love is worth the risk of end up being someone's political chess piece? Or perhaps you're still dreaming of the perfect engagement ring that costs slightly less than a fiefdom. If any of those thoughts sound familiar, congrats! you're well on your way to understanding the avant-garde art of medieval marriage. So dim those lights, get comfy, and let's dive headfirst into a time where weddings were much less about romance and more like a group of people awkwardly trying to negotiate the lease on a questionable apartment. Congratulations, you've just woken up in 1305, where love is a political strategy, your mother is weaving a tapestry of matrimonial doom, and awkward family dynamics are lurking around every corner like an uninvited uncle. The scene unfolds before you. You are nestled in the ornate chambers of a medieval castle, surrounded by tapestries so intricate they could choke a horse. The walls are adorned with flickering torches that remind you of tiny, judgmental little spirits following you around, critiquing your every life choice. The air is thick with the mingled scent of wool, candle wax, and the hint of anxiety. Your mother, the queen, is hard at work. Sitting beside her on an oversized cushion that feels suspiciously like a pile of sheep's wool, you can almost hear the tapestry whispering secrets of your future. This is going to hurt. As your mother, with surprising dexterity, stitches away at the family crests woven into the fabric, she offers advice about the looming marriage you never wanted in the first place, her voice devoid of warmth. It will hurt, but it passes. Then it becomes tolerable in time. Tolerable. What a comforting thought. Like discovering that the last piece of chocolate in the box is a raisin. You can visualize it now. You, a pawn in this grand game of thrones, trading love for land and affection for titles, while your mother creates a dinner invitation to a funeral masquerading as a wedding. You can't help but picture your husband-to-be, a sullen knight with the charisma of a damp cloth, standing next to you at the altar, looking less like the love of your life and more like a tax form you never wanted to fill.
Out. The queen pauses, needle in hand, and fixes you with a stare that could curdle milk. You must learn to endure, dear child. Marriage is like this tapestry, painful stitching at first, but eventually it becomes something you can show off, like an embroidery of your life, spent avoiding feelings and collecting political allies instead. Ah, yes, emotional suppression. Just what I needed to master before my wedding day, you think, feeling a chuckle bubble in your throat like a pot of overboiled porridge. Even candles struggle to stay lit around the intense atmosphere. You try not to snicker, but it's hard when your mother's marital pep talk feels like getting handed a free sample of cardboard-flavored cheese. As she resumes her work, vigorously jabbing the needle through the fabric, you can't help but be drawn to the way she's rhythmically plunging it in and out. Much like the clumsiness of medieval courtship, where emotions go to die. You see shadows, those dark figures forever lurking, remind us of our past. They whisper sweet nothings about how you once thought love might be magical. But then they remind you that no one rides off into the sunset without first battling a bureaucratic labyrinth of nobles, dowries, and possibly a dragon in your mother's imagination. You close your eyes trying to picture this dream wedding your mother is organizing. Crowns of thorns, bouquets of shriveled weeds, and a priest who doubles as a tax collector. The only thing missing is an audience of confused peasants contemplating the price of sheep. Maybe it involves political debates over dinner. Is it stew night again, or just an elaborate cover-up for our future?
And just when you think the laughter might pull you back to reality, your mother's voice takes a somber turn. You must understand, my dear. The day will come when you'll look past the pain and see the benefits. An alliance with the Valentines might just be the ticket to extravagant winter feasts, or at least a new dress that doesn't scratch more than a bad decision. Ah yes, the mighty Valentines, a family known for their fondness for dragon slaying, but also less glamorous activities like slightly rotten leftovers and dreadful table etiquette. Your mind drifts to the thought of your future children running around the castle, participating in all sorts of noble arts, like tantrum throwing and shoe hiding. Sounds like a fun medieval daydream. You gaze out the window and catch a glimpse of the court, gossiping and pointing, probably discussing the latest fashion or the newest way to roast a chicken creatively. But here you are, stuck with a tapestry that's practically a prison sentence sewn into fabric. All the while, your mother hums a tune that evokes visions of your future. Something akin to a lament, perhaps. You give in to the absurdity of it all and let out a silent chuckle. Who knew that behind the grandeur lies a
Battlefield, disguised as a wedding invitation.
And as the sun dips behind the castle walls, you find a perverse comfort in the knowledge that even the most politically staged marriage can be filled with laughter, bravely faced head-on, like a jester armed with a rubber chicken. Good night, dear wanderer. May your dreams be as mildly absurd as the royal tales of yore.
Chapter 21. The Wedding That Wasn't. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight we dive into something more complex than assembling IKEA furniture while hangry. The medieval wedding ceremony. Picture this. You've just stepped into a great hall, brimming with so many nobles that it feels like they're auditioning for a role in a poorly written soap opera. Here the air isn't just thick with the scent of roasted meats and way too many onions. No, it's also filled with political undertones so palpable that you might accidentally overhear a few conspiracies amidst the wedding vows. You might be wondering, is this a magical moment filled with love? Or should you have brought a clipboard and a calculator to measure the business transactions going on? Spoiler alert, it's the latter. So before we plunge into this nautical nonsense of nuptials, please take a brief moment to do the overly modern rituals of liking, subscribing, and commenting. Only if you actually enjoy this gentle romp through history, of course. Now, as the candles flicker nervously, let's kick back, dim the lights, and prepare ourselves for tales of wedding debacles far worse than your cousin's disastrous attempts at a first dance. You've likely experienced some cringe-worthy moments in relationships, but I assure you, nothing compares to swapping promises of love while standing next to a proxy intended to represent a prince who's probably hunting bears in the woods. So grab your goblet of mead and let's slip into the time when you've just woken up in 1305, where matrimonial bliss is less about finding the one and more about finding the one that comes with a castle. It's your wedding day, but not just any wedding. This is a political spectacle that would put your high school prom to shame. In the bustling heart of the castle's great hall, you stand draped in silk more elaborate than anyone's first attempt at a Pinterest project. Your mother has tied you to this marriage more tightly than a peasant's patchwork tunic.
This marriage is more about treaties than true love. Standing across from you is Lord Bertrand, a proxy so awkward that he's practically wearing your wedding dress. He bears the look of a man who just accidentally wandered onto the wrong stage at a theater festival. "Congratulations!" the priest booms cheerfully, as though he's announcing the winner of some sort of medieval pie-eating contest. "We're here to bind this union in eternal allegiance and paperwork." Ah, yes, the eternal paperwork. Because nothing says love like a medieval contract detailing the terms of a land swap alongside your vows. As you glance at Lord Bertrand, you wonder if he realizes he's just signed his soul onto the dotted line. And good luck explaining this to your future husband, Prince Philip, who's likely sipping mead somewhere, blissfully unaware that his life partner is bustling around with an impostor. "Do you, Princess Isabel, take this proxy, Lord Bertrand, to be your lawfully wedded husband?" the priest intones. The audience, consisting of nobles fidgeting with their lace collars and women in gowns that seem to be inspired by a peacock explosion, lean forward, eager for a show. "Do you?" they chant, as though they're trying to coax a reluctant chicken off a fence. The atmosphere is electric. You mentally scream, "None of this is real." Meanwhile, Bertrand adjusts his posture, fidgeting like a knight who forgot to wear his trousers. You deliver your vows half-heartedly. "I promise to love, honor, and... Okay, this is more formal than I thought." It's the kind of ceremony that makes you want to fold the vows into origami figures and toss them to the crowd. I mean, what's a girl got to do to avoid marrying a guy who's not even here? The priest clears his throat. "Repeat after me." He proceeds to ramble off wording that sounds like a medieval store-bought kids' meal. "I shall not blame thee for bad puns or awkward family gatherings." You can't help but snicker lightly at the outdated words carved into this supposed bond. It reminds you a lot of trying to make sense of your own family's Thanksgiving dinner discussions. But please, do not make any sudden movements or I'll lose my cool, you think to yourself, picturing Prince Philip somewhere far away, likely enjoying his noble hobbies, like avoiding marital entanglements, perhaps. The laughter and solemnity blend into a cacophony, wrapping around you like the unnecessary layers of fabric that make up your gown. The entire day feels like a lavish production featuring shabby actors, and somehow you're the lead. You pretend this is just an extended dinner theater performance, where the punchline is that someone gets married, or does the eating. As the ceremony drags on, you can't help but think of the amusing anecdotes your mother would tell about her own wedding day, which was less beautiful ceremony and more, which goat is getting served for dinner? If your mother had had her way, perhaps the multi-course feast this wedding promises might somehow involve even more unusual meat options. In this twisted world of medieval matrimony, the beauty of love is less about the "oh" moments and more about the absence of disaster at a crossroad. So if the next chapter of your life comes with a hefty dowry, a sullen prince,
and a proxy finding it all too absurd? Well, at least there's laughter mixed in with sheer absurdity. As the audience claps, you wonder if you'll ever encounter a day as strange as this again. And as you join hands with Lord Bertrand, who you secretly find quite charming in a you-wouldn't-believe-it way, you ponder, is this indeed the most royally ridiculous wedding in history? The answer, dear listener, is yes. And sleep well tonight, knowing that whether it's your modern-day romantic collision course
Or a medieval union steeped in laughter, it's all just part of this wonderfully tangled adventure called life.
Chapter 22.
The Scholar and the Castle Library. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight we're diving deeper than a medieval knight's plunge into a moat, into the fascinating world of medieval marriages. Think your last relationship was complicated? Strap in, because this time we're navigating the murky waters of politics, alliances, and the occasional troll under the metaphorical bridge. Now, before we journey into the hilariously convoluted realm of love as a political transaction, take a moment to like, subscribe, and comment if you're truly enjoying this gentle historical ride. It's like dipping your toes into a cold pond. Refreshing, slightly shocking, and definitely something you want to discuss with your friends later. So dim the lights, put on a fan, or is that just the draft from your ancient windows? And wrap yourself in a blanket. Yes, you. Alone in your cozy space with your thoughts spiraling like a medieval bard's storytelling sessions. Are you considered of high status if your family name spells royalty? Or do you just have an exceptionally boring brunch every Sunday? Are there dowries involved in your relationships? Or is it more of a bring your own bread situation? What's your exit strategy at these ceremonial fetes? Do you plan an elaborate escape? Or just ghost like a medieval nightmare? Congratulations, you've just woken up in 1380, a time when romantic love was as rare as finding a water fountain in a desert. Today, our tale centres around the intellectual bond between Prince Philip, a man whose appearance suggests he spends more time studying than sword fighting, and his newlywed princess Isabel, who, little did she know, was about to have her understanding of marriage turned upside down by the merging of two realms and the occasional snippy noble. In the corner of the castle's stone-walled chamber, William, a peculiar man who can best be described as a walking scroll, whispers through his spectacles. "Sir Philip, splendid news. I've brought the latest texts on philosophy. I arranged for tutors too. An educated princess, truly a wonder." He gestures with the grace of an over-enthusiastic stork toward a collection of dusty tomes. You'd think he found the Holy Grail, or the secret to making the best mead ever mixed. "Ah yes, books," Philip responds, a smile dancing across his lips as if he just discovered fire. "I've heard words can unlock the mind. What else could we possibly need besides a BA in medieval diplomacy and a library of forgotten works?" You can't help but chuckle softly, because honestly, Who wouldn't want a husband who prioritizes academia over jousting? As Philip flips through the pages of a volume more ancient than your grandmother's favourite just add water soup mix recipe, the beautiful irony of life washes over you like a warm goblet of watered-down ale. You, dear listener, are living in a time when married couples might share a
love for books more than a bed. Because in this era, let's face it, exchanging vows is really a cover for two lords making sure their lands don't accidentally turn into a game of capture the castle. Now, here's where things take a delightful turn. Picture the couple, surrounded by picturesque illuminations and impossible-to-read abbreviations, engaged in intellectual duels, perhaps more stimulating than a 3-day-old cheese festival. "What's your opinion on Aristotelian philosophy?" asks Philip, holding a book that's thicker than a medieval wall. I believe he's the chap that has a splendid beard," Isabel quips, barely holding back a laugh. "I may have married you, but I certainly didn't sign up for a philosophy debate that sounds more perplexing than how to distinguish goat bristles from a quill." As their banter enchants the dimly lit chamber, an unkempt courtesan wanders in, carrying an armful of manuscripts that look suspiciously like they've been used as tablecloths in a reckless feast. "Is this your library? It's more chaotic than a cat at a juggling contest," she announces, dropping the scrolls onto the table like her final mortal enemy. "Chaos? No, no. This is a sanctuary for brilliant minds," Philip defiantly declares, with an assuredness that feels as hollow as a knight's suit of armor during a rainstorm. What he doesn't realize is that chaos is too polite a term. This untamed stack of knowledge resembles a carefully staged homage to earlier lazy attempts at scholarly endeavors. As the evening continues, you reflect on the truly odd partnership forming in this grand chamber. How delightful it is that in a world filled with fumbled political alliances, war strategies, and whispers that could make you blush, two people can find a sliver of normalcy in books. Patricia, the aforementioned courtesan, couldn't help but chuckle as she eyed their mutual affection for the written word. "Listen," she says, with a future prediction more accurate than any Renaissance artist could hope for. "The real question is, who's going to do the reading out loud when you reach the ponderous parts?" Isabel smirks. "I think flipping a coin sounds fair, but I'm hoping I win the right of being able to nap while he struggles through Latin PhD-level texts," she says, winking at Philip. Ah, the sweet specter of levity in a political marriage. Because at the end of the day, it turns out that love isn't necessarily about blissful romantic evenings beneath a moonlit sky. Sometimes it's simply sharing intellectual pursuits, laughter, and learning to argue over obscure philosophies in your elegantly draped castle chambers. And, dear listener, as you cozy up for the night, drifting off with a smile, remember, whether it's a medieval connection forged in diplomacy or a modern encounter sparked over avocados on toast, the essence remains the same. Life is wonderfully absurd, and laughter is always the best treaty.
Chapter 23. The Awkward Royal Bedside Chats. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight we're diving into a world where marital intimacy is as thrilling as watching paint dry. Specifically, on a castle wall that probably has a better chance of cracking than your medieval love life. You see, marriage in the Middle Ages wasn't so much about passion as it was about making sure the ducks were lined up in a very respectable row. Ever felt the pressure of family expectations looming over your romantic choices? Imagine that, but with suits of armour, political treaties, and a lady-in-waiting hoarding your secrets like she's preparing for castle gossip Armageddon. Now, grab your favourite cosy blanket and prepare for a journey that combines the absurdity of courtship, the weight of obligation, and an unfortunate lack of good conversation starters. If you enjoy this gentle stroll through medieval mischief, be sure to like, subscribe, and comment. But only if you actually enjoy it. No pressure, unless we're counting the fears of your next family dinner. Picture this. The atmosphere inside the ornate chamber is electric, and not in a good way. You find yourself seated on a massive bed, more regal than any mattress you've ever encountered, swathed in embroidered curtains that could probably tell more stories than a village bard after 4 tankards of ale. Prince Philip, the studious dreamboat of the realm with a penchant for philosophy, sits awkwardly at one end. His bride, Princess Isabel, at the other end, looks like she just inhaled a goblet of sour wine. A not-so-innocuous tension fills the air. This isn't the fairy tale romance you might have envisioned. Instead, it's more like a pair of unfamiliar cats forced into an empty box. Can we say awkward? Lady Isabel, the lady-in-waiting, lurks in the corner like the world's most reluctant referee. Should she interject? Offer sage advice? Or just pray no one screams? Isabel, Philip begins, attempting one of those sweet nothings that had been written about in far less awkward tales. Did you know some scholars believe there's a book on love that might assist us in, integrating? She raises an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Integrating, you say? Surely that's a fancy way of saying attempting to share a bed without laughing our heads off. Ah, yes, bed sharing indeed, he grins, clutching the heretofore neglected philosophy tome, as if the weight of ancient wisdom will somehow elevate him in this moment. Maybe we should start there, reading Aristophanes? Aristophanes, she chuckles. I thought you'd just put your scholarly skills to the test, instead of the marital ones. Can't say I pictured wedding night philosophy being part of my plans. In a world where love was often a political transaction, their fumbling dialogue becomes more amusing than enlightening. Honestly, can we blame them? Who wouldn't be awkward under the watchful eyes of a lady-in-waiting? It's like having a third wheel who is also responsible for your kingdom's reputation. Think of it as practice, he desperately adds, his earnestness akin to trying to explain why wearing a full suit of armor in hot weather makes complete sense. If we can debate our way through philosophical texts, imagine the powerful royal duo we could be. How powerful exactly? Isabel counters, her tone lightly teasing. Are we talking king and queen of clashing philosophies, or rulers of the muted giggles? Just then, Lady Isabel, trying her hardest to suppress snickers, pipes up with a laugh. Just think of all the cycles of philosophical debate you might discover if Socrates would have gotten more guests to his symposiums with a good card game. Oh, great. Philip responds with a sigh, as if he's just stumbled across the thought of dealing cards while wearing a ceremonial crown. Next, you'll suggest we throw in a round of medieval spin the bottle for good measure. Now, picture this. Two royally conflicted people, seated miles apart, both yearning for a connection, yet profoundly bewildered by the rigid structure of their existence, wrapped in a semblance of grandiosity that makes IKEA furniture assembly feel like an Olympic sport. What a jolly time this must have been. As the awkward conversation drags on, Isabel leans back, contemplating their situation. Look, Prince Philip, while you attempt scholarly pursuits, let's address the real elephant in the room. It's like a banquet with no food. You really can't accomplish much alone. Yes, banquets, Philip exclaims with sudden fervour. Perhaps we could organise an indoor feast, identify the best cheeses, instigate a grand revelry. The people would love it. Or we could just elope and save ourselves from future headaches, Isabel suggests with a devilish grin. What do you think? Flee from our duties like two romantic reliefs in a medieval doodle? As nights like this stretch on, it becomes clear that love and duty in the medieval world is a tightly wound tapestry, filled with silly thread. And that tapestry, dear listener, contains the most valuable lesson. Sometimes, despite rules and obligations, it's laughter that stitches two hearts together, even if they are seated 10 feet apart on a grand royal bed. So remember, whether seated on a bed or navigating life's political intricacies, a little humour goes a long way. And as you drift off into the world of dreams, ponder this. Sometimes, love's true expression might come in the form of jest, rather than courtly grandeur, making you wonder who really has the better end of the deal, the poets or the professionals. Until next time, sleep well.
Chapter 24. A Royal Lullaby in the War of the Crib. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight we're sliding into a scene softer than your reliability on caffeine, as we explore the delightful intricacies of medieval motherhood, where swaddling an infant is like managing a tiny, screaming royal diplomat. Imagine a world where childbirth is not simply a rite of passage, but rather the opening act for royal negotiations, while epic power struggles brew over gossip and the occasional spilled goblet of wine. If you've ever felt like your life was a well-rehearsed drama with more plot twists than a soap opera, congratulations! In the medieval period, every childbirth was a grand performance, complete with knights, squires, and nursing practices that could make your head spin faster than a bard's lute at a tavern. So, if you're ready to tiptoe through the lush thickets of courtly life where baby powder is replaced by straw, and snuggles double as political maneuvers, fully prepare to settle in. Now, before we dive into this delightful cauldron of historical hilarity, let's get a little cozy. Grab your snuggly blanket, pour yourself something warm, and perhaps dim those lights a bit. Imagine this.
What would it be like if your newborn was a tiny future king or queen? Would you give up your sleep for those royal dreams? In the age when illness could snatch away your loved ones faster than you could say knighthood, how would you navigate the perils of parenting? And let's be honest, just how many royal squabbles were started over dirty diapers? Congratulations! You've just woken up in 1200-something AD, nestled snugly in the extravagant chamber of a medieval castle. The air is rich with the scent of incense, far too much lavender, and the unmistakable lingering traces of last night's royal banquet. As you stretch your limbs, you're suddenly aware of a small weight resting gently on your chest. The newest addition to the royal family, your son, the young Prince Edmund. And just like that, life suddenly resembles a very complicated game of chess, except all your pieces are wiggly, adorable, and slightly covered in drool. Princess Isabel gazes down at the tiny monarch, his cherubic face scrunching up cutely as he grumbles sleepily amidst his royal fuzz of hair. Despite being fresh out of childbirth, her resolve is strong, as she insists on nursing him, a feat as rare as a unicycle-riding knight. In this world, the traditions are vast and strange. Many mothers do the whole pass the baby to the wet nurse routine while they sip wine and gossip. But here sits Isabel, forging her own path. Is it a noble act of love, or the brave declaration of a tiny rebellion? Well, let's be clear. The jousting matches in her heart could put a full tournament to shame. The act is undeniably personal, yet professional, and still delivers the kind of agency and power rarely given to women of her stature. Think of it. They're basically the
Original power couples. But instead of hearts and flowers, it involves sippy cups and the occasional pot of porridge. The gentle light from the candle highlights the embroidered drapes that surround the bed, like a royal fortress, where whispers of gossip echo. Tales of who proposed what political alliance with whom, erupting from the shadows of candlelight. It feels almost conspiratorial, like you're a character in a well-written play, where every word matters. Just as she settles her tiny prince, there's a soft creak, and in walks Lady Isabel, armed with the Regal's version of a Baby 101 manual, ancient scrolls filled with advice on how to properly raise a future monarch and maintain a castle at the same time. As she sifts through her scrolls, the page rustles with stories of feuding families and how your baby's cute little laugh could alter the course of history. You know, Princess, Lady Isabel chuckles, it's said that if you can keep him from crying in his first council meeting, you might just end up with the entire kingdom in your hands. Ha! Isabel retorts softly. What kind of council meeting allows for infants? Surely they have a no-crying clause or something. Trust me, Lady Isabel replies, her voice full of mirth. If the Council of Lords can tolerate the sound of swords clattering, they can withstand a wailing toddler. Both women chuckle, laughter ringing through the chamber despite the looming shadows of duties and expectations. It's a moment of solace in the grand tapestry of medieval life, an intimate world where even the chaos of motherhood can offer a slice of empowerment against the backdrop of a clanging castle. Allowing herself a deeper breath, Isabel realizes that maybe, just maybe, she can relish in this newfound role, dancing on the precipice of privilege and maternal bonding. This journey is quite the uncharted territory,
But who better to navigate it than a princess with the audacity to throw tradition out the window with a panache that rivals any jester? So, as you fall deeper into slumber, try to envision that vivid tapestry. The threads of politics, power, maternal love, and a touch of biting humor, all intertwining like an elaborate stitch of fate. Remember, each night can bring whispers of strength and the warmth of cherished laughter, even if they come from a tiny baby demanding to be fed at the most inconvenient of hours. And with that, dear listener, let the gentle lullaby of history and laughter wrap around you like a cozy blanket, as you drift into dreams of princely escapades and feisty matriarchy. Sleep well. Chapter 25. The Royal Library Heist. Books, brawls, and baguettes. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight, we're diving deeper into the echoes of history, where building a library was more convoluted than finding a parking spot at an IKEA when there's a sale on meatballs. Imagine navigating the medieval mindset, where choosing the perfect tome felt like picking the right spouse, only with slightly less emotional manipulation. Well, maybe only a little. Are you ready to settle in for this tale of intellect, politics, and the occasional comedic misunderstanding? Brilliant. But first, if you enjoy this journey through the dusty pages of history, be sure to like, subscribe, and drop a comment. But only if you honestly adore it. No pressure. Now, cozy up and dim those lights to a gentle glow. Picture this. What if your only form of entertainment was trying not to trip over your own robes while discussing the merits of old French poetry versus English ballads? Ever wondered what it felt like to be in love? But your idea of romance involved sharing dusty scrolls and debating the merits of illuminated manuscripts? Or what if your best idea of a night out was sneaking a peek at the castle library while the guards are distracted by a ferocious-looking goat? Congratulations! You've just woken up in 1272 AD, where the concept of a good time involves league tables of noble birth and debates on the latest trends in parchment quality. The magnificent setting of the castle cloister surrounds you, filled with the faint scent of musty parchment, mingled with the faint whiff of yesterday's mutton stew, an aromatic reminder of the kingdom's culinary choices. Now picture in this splendid chamber, night wraps around Princess Isabel and her husband, Prince Philip, the dashing intellectual of the kingdom, and a man whose romantic notions involved more libraries than flowers. Together, they're toying with the idea of establishing a royal library. And though their marriage might resemble a power play of epic historical proportions, tonight, it's all about turning dusty tomes into a family affair. The sound of candlelight flickers like gossip amongst the nobles, while they settle in the thickly embroidered tapestries, perfectly designed for maintaining warmth, or at least okay at looking impressive. Prince Philip leans forward, his brow furrowing like a freshly baked pie. "Isabel, my dear," he begins, as if initiating an ancient ritual. Imagine a library filled with not just the most glorious works in French and English, but also scrolls about how to juggle flaming swords and the best muffins for nights on the go. After all, the people shall come for the muffins, or at least we hope, unless they somehow get distracted by the inspiring history of bouncy siege weaponry, Isabel replies, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. You could feel the aroma of ambition and mayhem settle in, like preparing for the world's most chaotic pancake breakfast. Surely, if you're going to establish a library worthy of celebration, why not aim for the most impractical texts? What about a tome titled The Art of Sword Juggling for Dummies? Should we include a section that explains why borrowing books from the neighboring kingdoms is a bad idea?
Philip chuckles softly. Something like, how to avoid drawing the ire of an angry duke. Oh, we could simply include a letter stating that all overdue books will result in a duel of wits, not swords. That'll surely keep them in line. Isabel adds, her laughter bubbling like a particularly effective potion. Both of them beam at the chaos that lies in their master plan, while simultaneously knowing that in the world of marriages and political intrigue, the best partnerships are often built on shared dreams and mutual sarcasm. As they plan for their future library, it dawns upon Isabel that they're not just making reference materials, they're constructing a legacy, intertwining their kingdom's languages, cultures, and perhaps even a bit of laughter into an ambitious project. And one day, their son, Prince Edmund, might read them like bedtime stories, fighting sleep over tales of brave knights who could recite poetry while riding into battle. Did you know, Prince Philip mused, that books are also great for hitting people in jest during family arguments? History shows that when you can't win an argument, hurling a well-thumbed volume could tip the scales in your favor. Ah, yes, the ancient art of debate by litterbox warfare rather finishes off any dinner party with gusto, does it not? They laugh softly, basking in the humor of their medieval lives, the candlelight flickering in rhythm with their delight. Illumination? Check. Enticement? Check. Squabbling over who can yell the loudest while suggesting titles for their glorious collection? A firm check with a side of royal mutton. As their conversation rolls on, like a stout scribe spilling ink across parchment, it becomes clear that this library will stand not just as a repository of knowledge, but as a testament to their partnership, their love, and a little bit of intellectual rebellion. Possibly, and this is pure speculation, the finest endeavor this side of a three-legged mule race. So, as you feel yourself drift into slumber, imagine the laughter echoing through the royal chambers, the sound of creativity and companionship embedded in history. And with every turn of a page, every silly debate about gourmet muffins, may you find your own dreams intertwined with a legacy just as rich and hearty, like a bowl of medieval stew on a cold night. As the flames flicker softly and the shadows dance in delight, let the warm whispers of history and humor guide you gently into dreamland. Sleep well. Chapter 25. The Royal Library Heist. Books, Brawls, and Baguettes. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight we're diving deeper into the echoes of history, where building a library was more convoluted than finding a parking spot at an IKEA when there's a sale on meatballs. Imagine navigating the medieval mindset, where choosing the perfect tome felt like picking the right spouse, only with slightly less emotional manipulation. Well, maybe only a little. Are you ready to settle in for this tale of intellect, politics, and the occasional comedic misunderstanding? Brilliant. But first, if you enjoy this journey through the dusty pages of history, be sure to like, subscribe, and drop a comment, but only if you honestly adore it. No pressure. Now, cozy up and dim those lights to a gentle glow. Picture this. What if your only form of entertainment was trying not to trip over your own robes while discussing the merits of old French poetry versus English ballads? Ever wondered what it felt like to be in love, but your idea of romance involved sharing dusty scrolls and debating the merits of illuminated manuscripts? Or what if your best idea of a night out was sneaking a peek at the castle library while the guards are distracted by a ferocious-looking goat? Congratulations. You've just woken up in 1272 AD, where the concept of a good time involves league tables of noble birth and debates on the latest trends in parchment quality. The magnificent setting of the castle cloister surrounds you, filled with the faint scent of musty parchment mingled with the faint whiff of yesterday's mutton stew, an aromatic reminder of the kingdom's culinary choices. Now picture in this splendid chamber, night wraps around Princess Isabel and her husband Prince Philip, the dashing intellectual of the kingdom, and a man whose romantic notions involved more libraries than flowers. Together, they're toying with the idea of establishing a royal library, and though their marriage might resemble a power play of epic historical proportions, tonight it's all about turning dusty tomes into a family affair. The sound of candlelight flickers like gossip amongst the nobles, while they settle in the thickly embroidered tapestries, perfectly designed for maintaining warmth, or at least okay at looking impressive. Prince Philip leans forward, his brow furrowing like a freshly baked pie. "Isabel, my dear," he begins, as if initiating an ancient ritual. "Imagine a library filled with not just the most glorious works in French and English, but also scrolls about how to juggle flaming swords and the best muffins for nights on the go. After all, the people shall come for the muffins, or at least we hope, unless they somehow get distracted by the inspiring history of bouncy siege weaponry," Isabel replies, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. You could feel the aroma of ambition and mayhem settle in, like preparing for the world's most chaotic pancake breakfast. Surely, if you're going to establish a library worthy of celebration, why not aim for the most impractical texts? What about a tome titled The Art of Sword Juggling for Dummies? Should we include a section that explains why borrowing books from the neighboring kingdoms is a bad idea? Philip chuckles softly. Something like, "How to avoid drawing the ire of an angry duke." Oh, we could simply include a letter stating that all overdue books will result in a duel of wits, not swords. That'll surely keep them in line. Isabel adds, her laughter bubbling like a particularly effective potion. Both of them beam at the chaos that lies in their master plan, while simultaneously knowing that in the world of marriages and political intrigue, the best partnerships are often built on shared dreams and mutual sarcasm. As they plan for their future library, it dawns upon Isabel that they're not just making reference materials. They're constructing a legacy, intertwining their kingdom's languages, cultures, and perhaps even a bit of laughter into an ambitious project.
And one day, their son, Prince Edmund, might read them like bedtime stories, fighting sleep over tales of brave knights who could recite poetry while riding into battle.
Did you know,
Prince Philip mused, that books are also great for hitting people in jest during family arguments? History shows that when you can't win an argument, hurling a well-thumbed volume could tip the scales in your favor. Ah, yes, the ancient art of debate by litterbox warfare rather finishes off any dinner party with gusto, does it not? They laugh softly, basking in the humor of their medieval lives, the candlelight flickering in rhythm with their delight. Illumination? Check. Enticement? Check. Squabbling over who can yell the loudest while suggesting titles for their glorious collection? A firm check, with a side of royal mutton. As their conversation rolls on, like a stout scribe spilling ink across parchment, it becomes clear that this library will stand not just as a repository of knowledge, but as a testament to their partnership, their love, and a little bit of intellectual rebellion. Possibly, and this is pure speculation, the finest endeavor this side of a three-legged mule race. So, as you feel yourself drift into slumber, imagine the laughter echoing through the royal chambers, the sound of creativity and companionship embedded in history. And with every turn of a page, every silly debate about gourmet muffins, may you find your own dreams intertwined with a legacy just as rich and hearty, like a bowl of medieval stew on a cold night. As the flames flicker softly and the shadows dance in delight, let the warm whispers of history and humor guide you gently into dreamland. Sleep well. Chapter 25. The Royal Library Heist. Books, brawls, and baguettes. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight we're diving
deeper into the echoes of history, where building a library was more convoluted than finding a parking spot at an IKEA when there's a sale on meatballs. Imagine navigating the medieval mindset, where choosing the perfect tome felt like picking the right spouse, only with slightly less emotional manipulation. Well, maybe only a little. Are you ready to settle in for this tale of intellect, politics, and the occasional comedic misunderstanding? Brilliant! But first, if you enjoy this journey through the dusty pages of history, be sure to like, subscribe, and drop a comment, but only if you honestly adore it. No pressure. Now, cozy up and dim those lights to a gentle glow. Picture this. What if your only form of entertainment was trying not to trip over your own robes while discussing the merits of old French poetry versus English ballads? Ever wondered what it felt like to be in love, but your idea of romance involved sharing dusty scrolls and debating the merits of illuminated manuscripts? Or what if your best idea of a night out was sneaking a peek at the castle library while the guards are distracted by a ferocious-looking goat? Congratulations. You've just woken up in 1272 AD, where the concept of a good time involves league tables of noble birth and debates on the latest trends in parchment quality. The magnificent setting of the castle cloister surrounds you, filled with the faint scent of musty parchment mingled with the faint whiff of yesterday's mutton stew, an aromatic reminder of the kingdom's culinary choices. Now picture in this splendid chamber, night wraps around Princess Isabel and her husband Prince Philip, the dashing intellectual of the kingdom, and a man whose romantic notions involved more libraries than flowers. Together, They're toying with the idea of establishing a royal library, and though their marriage might resemble a power play of epic historical proportions, tonight it's all about turning dusty tomes into a family affair. The sound of candlelight flickers like gossip amongst the nobles, while they settle in the thickly embroidered tapestries perfectly designed for maintaining warmth, or at least okay at looking impressive. Prince Philip leans forward, his brow furrowing like a freshly baked pie. "Isabel, my dear," he begins, as if initiating an ancient ritual. "Imagine a library filled with not just the most glorious works in French and English, but also scrolls about how to juggle flaming swords, and the best muffins for nights on the go. After all, the people shall come for the muffins, or at least we hope, unless they somehow get distracted by the inspiring history of bouncy siege weaponry," Isabel replies, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. You could feel the aroma of ambition and mayhem settle in, like preparing for the world's most chaotic pancake breakfast. Surely, if you're going to establish a library worthy of celebration, why not aim for the most impractical texts? What about a tome titled The Art of Sword Juggling for Dummies? Should we include a section that explains why borrowing books from the neighboring kingdoms is a bad idea? Philip chuckles softly, something like how to avoid drawing the ire of an angry duke. Oh, we could simply include a letter stating that all overdue books will result in a duel of wits, not swords. That'll surely keep them in line. Isabel adds, her laughter bubbling like a particularly effective potion. Both of them beam at the chaos that lies in their master plan, while simultaneously knowing that in the world of marriages and political intrigue, the best partnerships are often built on shared dreams and mutual sarcasm. As they plan for their future library, it dawns upon Isabel that they're not just making reference materials. They're constructing a legacy, intertwining their kingdom's languages, cultures, and perhaps even a bit of laughter into an ambitious project. And one day, their son, Prince Edmund, might read them like bedtime stories, fighting sleep over tales of brave knights who could recite poetry while riding into battle. "Did you know," Prince Philip mused, "that books are also great for hitting people in jest during family arguments? History shows that when you can't win an argument, hurling a well-thumbed volume could tip the scales in your favor. Ah, yes, the ancient art of debate by litterbox warfare rather finishes off any dinner party with gusto, does it not?" They laugh softly, basking in the humor of their medieval lives, the candlelight flickering in rhythm with their delight. Illumination? Check. Enticement? Check. Squabbling over who can yell the loudest while suggesting titles for their glorious collection? A firm check, with a side of royal mutton. As their conversation rolls on, like a stout scribe spilling ink across parchment, it becomes clear that this library will stand not just as a repository of knowledge, but as a testament to their partnership, their love, and a little bit of intellectual rebellion. Possibly, and this is pure speculation, the finest endeavor this side of a three-legged mule race. So, as you feel yourself drift into slumber,
Imagine the laughter echoing through the royal chambers, the sound of creativity and companionship embedded in history. And with every turn of a page, every silly debate about gourmet muffins, may you find your own dreams intertwined with a legacy just as rich and hearty, like a bowl of medieval stew on a cold night. As the flames flicker softly and the shadows dance in delight, let the warm whispers of history and humor guide you gently into dreamland. Sleep well.
Thank you for joining me on this curious escapade through the absurd political landscape of medieval matrimony. If you found a few chuckles, don't forget to like, subscribe, and maybe drop a comment about how you might have chosen a goat over a boring prince any day of the week. Or on a Tuesday, who really knows? Now, snuggle deeper into those blankets and let the echoes of brisk medieval life drift across your dreams. Never forget, even amid the most complicated circumstances, a sense of humor, like a vital goat, can keep your spirits high. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be filled with whimsical notions and comedic, courtly dilemmas.